am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. How you doing? It's a weird rig for me. So, you know how I've been having trouble figuring out a solution for our webcam issues. By the way, I shaved. Kept the stash, though. We don't mess with the stash. Solution for the webcam issues started with an actual, Panasonic camcorder hooked up through an HDMI, capture stick USB into them. That was working fine until I'm pretty sure the camera is the problem. It's about 12 years old. And I just think it stopped outputting HDMI. So then, have a webcam, hook the webcam up, but it's on the other side of the room, so the quality is shite, especially because I have to digitally zoom the hell out of it in order to get it anywhere near me. So, what do you do? What's the solution? Well, obviously, the solution is just to get out, the twine and kind of wrap the webcam to the light that you've hung over your head so that you can have a webcam. So now the webcam is let's see, 1, 2 it's about 3 of your dicks away from my face. And it's also hanging a bit above. But we've got it close enough where we can have decent quality now, and as long as you ignore the large volume of dome that you get while I'm playing the game, I think we've got a passable solution without me spending any money out of pocket that we really shouldn't be spending after Christmas, kind of a thing. So yeah, and with Lady Pawn's birthday this month. You guys didn't know that, did you? Anyway, this is our new solution for webcamery, and it's only slightly less of a hassle than it was when it was on the other side of the room and I had to set it up beforehand and futz with zooms and stuff, because it's all down to it's attached to a hanging light. It's dangling, so I have to try and get it angled and dangled in just the right way. Welcome to Minecraft is the main thing. That's what should interest you most. And yeah, we're returning to Minecraft, huh? What do you think of that? What if after years away? Okay, it's in there. The music's in the background there. Do we want more music in there? Some of the Minecraft music's pretty good. Yeah. What if after years and years away from our hardcore seed, we did 36 days worth of live streams. Those were live streams. The in-game days is probably approaching 300 days in-game. We did 36 live streams in this hardcore seed of Minecraft and just haven't been back in over a year. So it is in the literal money shot location now, just 3 dicks away. Hello, Kenneth. How you doing? Yeah, there it is, Hardcore with Turnips, and you'll see I have not yet converted it. I have not jumped into the seed. I didn't want to spoil myself until, you guys were around for it. So I have loaded up some of our old files to make sure that they would, convert correctly, and haven't seen any problems yet to the 1.2, 1.11 version. I also created a new seed to play on just to sort of warm up. I've been warming up for the past 2 days. Don't want to come into our hardcore seed and, immediately get myself killed from complete, cold hands in terms of Minecraft. But yeah, I haven't loaded into the Hardcore with Turnip seed, and I intend to really enjoy, just sort of coming back to it. Oh, by the way, hang on. Tell me if this shot looks any better or worse after I do the following. Which one is it? There it is. After I do the following, you tell me if you prefer the webcam more or less. Fuck. It's really not something to be one-handing. And maybe if I push that up a little bit. Are we better or are we worse? Better or worse with the backlighting? You think it improves the shot or worsens it at this point? We definitely used to need it just to get enough light in here, but now maybe it's non-necessary. Too bright, says Dramacian. Do we agree, Kenneth? And hello, Dramacian. Welcome in. Lots of glare now. Okay. Well, that's just one less, piece of bullshit that I have to deal with. Although, you now get to experience the headache of this just shifted. Why did it shift? I touched some wires that I guess it was touching other wires, and now... now we're dangling again. I think that's fine. I think when it settles down, we're gonna be at a good spot. Dangling webcam, everybody. So that's one less thing that I have to fight with. That's wonderful to know. I don't have to fuck with that anymore. Before we jump into the hardcore with turnip seed, I think, let me show you what I've been doing in 1.2111. I want to give people a chance to get here because, we can only have the coming back to that seed experience together once, and I don't want it to just be, 3 of us. So, show you, and we'll test on stream, see how the rig holds together here. We used to have some audio glitches, some visual glitches when we loaded up chunks and whatnot. Just gonna spin around in all of the directions in order to load all of the chunks in. And check. I say, oh, hang on. F3 is bound. Uh-oh. The F3 menu, we're gonna have to move it over to something. F3 is bound to Houston. Controls, keybinds. F3 menu. Where you at? Who you with? There it is. F3. What other F keys can I... F2 is taken for screenshot. Is F4 used in Minecraft? There's F4, game mode switcher. I've already moved F5 something, and then there's F6 as a secondary zoom. F4 is a game mode switcher. I really don't need that, I'll tell you. I'm gonna do toggle overlay F4, F4, and then game mode switcher, that's... I would always type / game mode and then that kind of thing if I were doing that, which we're not even doing it, so I don't know. What do you want? How about nothing? Can we just have nothing? F7 is not being used, apparently. F8 suggests Dramacian. F7's not being used. So, oh wait. But we're still toggle spectator shader effects. Alright, let's, since F7 isn't being used, let's leave things as they are, and we'll just use F7, I guess. F7 is a weird one to reach for. What the fuck? You just said F7 was fine. Oh, because they're overlapping each other now. But when they're F4, you don't mind? You do mind. What? What? What is this? When we started, they were both on F3, weren't they? And then when I put them both onto F3, it's like, oh, but they're both... Wait. I can't actually assign them F3 because I keep switching the audio mode. So it's being eaten. That input is being eaten. There we go. I had to double reset I get it. Alright. Just fucking with the F7. F7, and then F7. But now it's like, they're overlapping. Suck my balls. If they work on F3, then it'll work for the other one. F7. How we doing for frames per second? Okay, in the house, 100 frames. Good. I think I've got everything set up the way that we used to have it in our hardcore world with, new versions of the old mods and everything. This is my house that I've built in. This is not the mod. We're just warming up, okay? We're going to look at the old seed. This is my house. I built in this acacia kind of a territory here. So it's acacia and it's oak. Pretty happy with the design. I was incredibly futzy with it as usual. Did not really mean for it to be even. If you count across 2, 4, 6, and then 2, 4, 6, didn't intend that. Evens kind of suck. You want a center of the room, a dead center of the room, and once I built it to be this big, and I was like, let's just have that be the deck, and then yeah. Anyway, it's I'm very happy with what I've done with the place. Very simple little starter home. I've got bamboo. I've got some jungle trees. I found a jungle. I've got acacia trees. I've got oak trees back here planted. And I've got a cocoa farm. In case somebody wants chocolate cookies. I've got a pretty serious farmstead going with, these are cows. Couldn't find any cows, actually. These are bulls. Is this a new thing for Minecraft, that there's both sexes of cow? Because I've seen both of them separately in the world, and I'm like, is this one of my mods? Is this the shader pack or whatever? Like, no, I guess we now have bulls and cows in the world. So far, I've just been mating bulls, so, just the Minecraft Corporation pushing that LGBTQ liberal agenda down our throats. Gay cows can't produce children, Minecraft. Anyway, we're having a sausage fest party over here, and however they do it, they manage to squeeze out puppies. The animal appearance is based on biome. Okay, well, what I've found in this biome is mostly bulls. I have seen cows around, but I haven't been able to get any cows. And I presume these are also just supposed to be like a different kind of a cow from a different region that has it. But that doesn't really change my the fact that the trans LGBT mafia are because even in original Minecraft, it was all lesbian sex with the cows to produce, how do you get offspring when you just cows and cows fucking? Anyway, I got some sheep. They've all been brown around here, which is the correct color of sheep. I'm not sheepist, but I think we all know the superior color of sheep is brown. I've also got potatoes and wheat are the only crops that I've found so far. Just recently found potatoes. I actually haven't even done a harvest of potatoes yet, like a full harvest. I've just managed to, get them all planted for once. My pumpkin and melon situation is absolutely out of control. I will show you. If you know what you're doing, and I have studied the documents on how farming works in Minecraft, which is why these are planted like this, and also why there's no water in the middle, but there's actually 4 waters on the sides. If you know what you're doing with farming, this shit it gets annoyingly fast. Watch, we're gonna start harvesting, okay? I'm gonna break on the diagonals. Diagonal's the best way to break them. It removes the chance of you accidentally hitting one of your own stems, breaking your stems. So we're just going to go ahead and break everything from that corner to the other corner, pick up all these pumpkins, all these melons, and just clear this out. That it's all gone. So that it is all 100% gone, and then we'll just have to wait for... Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, fuck, they just keep coming up! They just keep... Oh, fucking God! They keep coming up. If you know what you're doing, and you plant correctly, this shit is insane. I just watched recently a video by RecRap, where one of many videos where he was all about just harvesting as many melons as possible, I guess. Planting and harvesting as many melons as humanly possible in a certain amount of time. Was it melons? I think it was melons. And if he knew the rules, if he had the game knowledge that I am unfortunately saddled with, he could do it even faster, because, oh my god, if you just plant correctly. That's why you make your factories, that's right. Chickens are also different on biomes. Yeah, here's my chickens, and in this biome, apparently, they've got like a kind of a golden, brownish kind of a thing. They're also pooping out brown eggs now. I remember back when the eggs were just white, and the gays didn't have a place in media. Welcome to the Tucker Carlson Hour. Started out with the gay cow mafia and the white eggs. I'm making myself laugh anyway. It's a good sign. I also managed to get a couple of different two wandering traders have been by in the 9 in-game hours that I have played, and I managed to get some dripstone, 10 dripstone I got off of one of them. And looky, we've got some lava made here, and I'm just at this point replacing the lava that I've already stolen from this pond. I'm gonna get that flat again. But so I had 10 dripstone to start with. I used the 10 to make 2 dripstone blocks and 2 dripstone points. And I started making lava with one and started making more dripstone with the other, and I've managed to get all of 1 extra dripstone since then. Are you not dripping? You might not be dripping up there. I might not have actually finished this thing. Hang on. It looks like, yeah, no, that's fine. They're both correct. It's just this one. There, I can see it dripping now. So just waiting for a little bit more dripstone so that I can get this side working, and then that'll be going. Of course, we've got our paper mill over here, paper, sugar cane, sugar. And in fact, I was eating, until I killed a whole bunch of cows, I was eating pumpkin pie. It's, I think it's better than steak, at least in terms of how many, hunger bars it refills. So yeah, this is my little territory here. Not much to it. I've also got a mine over here in 9 hours. I've certainly been mining in Minecraft. This actually does go down. If we go here. And this was, the way I discovered this little pocket here was I heard an Enderman in the middle of the day. I dug down and realized this was down here, so I said, okay, this is going to be my entrance to the mines. And if we just head on down, I didn't have to dig that far. I was also trying to make sure that I was digging underneath my base, so that my base was loaded above me while I'm down here mining. This is as far down as I had to go until I hit a little cave system. And then went ahead a little bit and saw that it went down and dropped some water, and found myself already down into the darker territories. And then it kept going down, and incidentally, I have found a villager zombie. So if I can ever get a hold of what I need, I'll be able to cure him. I've only just started poking my head into the nether. I've been avoiding things. This isn't even hardcore, but I haven't died yet or anything. I play it like it's hardcore, So yeah, this kept going down and down and down, and this is where I managed to get my my first batch of diamonds. It's down here. And actually, I have had enough diamonds in order to get myself... This pickaxe just came out this way. It was Fortune 3 was the enchantment that showed up on the table, and I just rolled the perfect axe. I've also enchanted the chest plate. Unfortunately, it was protection 4, and that's all I got out of it. But also, it's fucking protection 4 that came, without a villager's hand. And I have hunted the countryside for villagers, by the way. There's also over here. I've done a bit of mining. That's more, and I've lit the area up nicely. But yeah, I have hunted across the countryside for a village and found none. I have found no village, I have found no villagers. So it really might just come down to me making my own village out of this guy, Tad, whatever. It's always Tad. So we'll keep doing Tad then. Whenever I can cure Tad of his skin abnormality, he's very sensitive. We try and not say anything about the whole zombie thing. Say, acne. This green acne. But yeah, how do I get out of here? That's, if the torch is on the left, then that goes in. For me, I do it that way. Left is in, right is out. So keep them on your right. Really? Where you at? It seems like it's above me. I didn't hear that zombie growl. Well, it doesn't matter. I've got a whole bunch of iron. I haven't done anything to automate yet. It's just a starter home. And I do ask you to bear in mind that we're about to see the really cool shit from hardcore mode. This was me getting warm again before I tried to, before we come live on the live stream and try and go back, step into the hardcore mode. This was me getting, my basic Minecraft skills back before I ruined us by walking in and getting myself killed. But last couple of things to show you. Down here is my my enchanting area. I've got my bookshelf there that has just a book in it. I haven't enchanted, and I've done precisely 2 enchants so far. It's mainly the levels are the, hold back there, trying to get 30 levels. So far I've just been able to, I go into the nether and mine, quartz. Oh, what the hell is this? Yeah. Huh? And so this is my portal. And I'm trying to make it into a real, like, whoa, kind of a thing, but I need more. Need more obsidian. I need more materials and stuff like that, but this is my entrance to the nether, and here's my nether. I liked where I came into the nether, felt pretty safe. I like being in a, red biome. And right on the edge of the lava meant that I didn't have to make any decisions about where I was heading. By the way, check out how cool the magma looks in this texture pack there. But yeah, this is my nether. This is where I'm starting from. Lots of zombified pigmen around me. No regular pigs to threaten me so far. And you'll notice a distinct lack of quartz because I've been mining the shit out of the quartz. Don't want to really fuck around in the nether here. But I feel like we've probably been live enough with the Minecraft now that we can switch over to the real, to the show, to the big show. But yeah, I want this to be, you come down in the darkness and then you step in here and then you see I've already polished diorite. And I want this to kind of open up, and I want the portal to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across with a 3x4, I think, is going to be the area, the size of the actual portal opening. So 1, 2, 3 across, that'll all be portal. With a full obsidian border, too, not just, I'm not going to leave the corners missing. That's where I'm headed with that. And I like that it's hidden in the hidden, This is tucked away in the corner where you might not even notice it standing here. Gets you down into my enchanting room, and then you're like, oh, hey, he's got a little enchanting room. That's neat. And you leave. You don't even realize it goes deeper. And there may be another layer that I haven't. I actually should come up with something like that. Anyway, that is just, that was just to give people time to get here on the day that we're coming back to Minecraft. Now we're stepping in to our hardcore seed that we have 36 live streams worth of work that we put into this world. And we start out in my CEO executive suite at the top of my skyscraper here, looking down on my village, which you may already be able to notice. You know what? Actually, do we have, let me go to my mods and zoomify. I expect to be able to hit Z and it's supposed to zoom in if I've got the correct stuff equipped. What's the keybind? Controls. Zoom key behavior. Okay, so I have to just change it in the regular options probably. Controls, keybinds. We have zoom here. Iris, presence, speedrun, zoomify. Zoom is C. No, I want it to be Z. Z is toggling the footsteps presence. You can be C. C is also for something else. What if you sucked all on my nuts? I don't care. Z. Yes, that's what I expect to happen. Okay. You might already be able to tell, looking down on my village, that I've done a fair bit of work in bringing these schlubs up to, my posh standard of living. So yes, this is my executive, this is where you come when the boss is gonna fire you. And that's my desk there. And then down here, we have the executive sauna. Where we mix the lava and the water together in order to produce steam so that I can just relax after I have fired everyone. Because you're all just amateurish. We, of course, have this, elevator system here. With bubble elevators and columns going down and stuff. But as I recall, there's some secrets here. Number one is if we go up onto the roof... Open that up. Head up onto the roof here of our skyscraper. There's a helipad with flashing lights. And the flashing lights are on the side of the building as well. So that, planes don't hit us. It's important. Yeah, so we've got a helipad. We've got this mechanical room. Servicing the lights and stuff like that, and there's so much going on with the lights that you probably wouldn't really notice or think to look hard at, like, the redstone pathing. In fact, all of the redstone pathing that I can see looks like it's just doing the lights. But if you were to really study and you go, well, what's this strip here? And it goes across there, and then it's lit. And there's some secrets here. And the secret is that while our lever is... God damn it. While the lever is closed, you'll notice that the elevator over there is just normal. It just looks right. And then when it's open, if you look back, one of the blocks has disappeared. And back there's a in-wall safe containing my diamonds and my goat horns and my hearts of the sea and pearls and music discs and eye armor trim and coast armor trim. I don't know, just some semi-valuable things that I found to throw in that safe. We've got ourselves a hidden in-wall safe, controlled by a very compact and, you know, easy to overlook redstone mechanism in an incredibly compact little tower. It's amazing that I managed to pack all this stuff in here. So that's just the top floor of just the tower, and there's quite a bit to see in this world. So let's go and see it, because I don't know. It's been forever. Let's go to the bottom of the tower to start. Villager Mumbles? I thought it might be one of you pricks. What do you got for me? Where are you? Brown mushroom, small drip leaf, red tulip, rooted dirt. Do I care about any? I don't think I care about any of this. Fuck off. So this is the skyscraper. We'll get a better view of it in the daylight. Over here we've got a map, and you can see the helipad right there, and this is the tower, and so I'm standing in the tower. That's what the green is. The green is me. And then there's our town and stuff. So we've got a nice map of the area, and both corners are slightly incomplete. I kind of like that. And then we've got a series of entrances here. I believe this up here is supposed to be like the emergency entry. This is for me to go to my, suite. But the general public isn't supposed to be, coming up there. So, what do we... One of these sides is surely this one. Ah! Okay, so here's our storage room. Is the first floor of the tower. And hey, I've got a little doggy. Did we give the doggy a name? We didn't. Okay, that's probably because they die frequently, and I just don't want to get attached. So we've got different kinds of wood. Yeah, different kinds of wood. Netherish stuff. Just cobble and digging-ish stuff. More digging-ish stuff. More netherish stuff. So nether, dig. And then over here, I just overflow. More, okay, diggy and nethery, and random, and bookshelves for years. I didn't really organize this area, did I? I remember I was supposed to build shelves in here, too. They weren't just supposed to float eventually. There was going to be a shelving system. In the middle, columns, and then this, yeah. We should probably do that. We should do that. We'll do that later. More just like a disorganized, but there's some kind of logic to it. I can see. I can't see anyone. Wait. Phantom membranes. Okay, here, this is kind of organized. Dirt. And then coarse dirt, and then gravel and sand. And then just a big fucking mess. Wonderful. This needs some work, is what I would say. Going up another level, is the kitchen. I remember the kitchen. So in the kitchen, we've got five buckets of lava ready at any given moment. For you to, smelt up anything that you might need. You can actually just go ahead and put, stacks and stacks and stacks of things up in here, and then let it all flow through, and it'll just end up down here. Apparently the last thing we were making was a bunch of bricks. And also it'll catch your empty buckets for you to be able to do this. And then leave the lava bucket with the furnace. Over here is our blast furnaces, which apparently they're good. We got copper, and that's about it. Same setup over here, except for we haven't put extra chests above it. We've got ominous bottles of various raid potions of different levels. Got a bunch of coal, apparently. Glass, I remember, yeah, we did a lot with glass and some clay. All of our potions in here, and potion-making materials, iron stuff, metals, copper, I guess, just specifically copper in there. And then just specifically gold over here. Okay, and then also there's a stone cutter for convenience purposes there. Up another level. This is not... Nope, you gotta alternate back and forth. I remember. It's coming back to me. I swear I haven't been in this thing for, you know, since we were in it together. You can know that by, like, the amount of time that is displayed. 218 hours in-game. That's how many hours we had, I would presume, if you look back. Wow, that looks so cool. I hadn't noticed how awesome the enchanting tables look now in this particular pack. Yeah, so we've got in here, you know, our enchantment, but there's also a bunch of books there that have a bunch of different enchants to them. I don't want to pull them because, you know, I'll be trying to put them back for a while. Some extra lecterns, some lapis. But this is our library, anyway. This is the library level. Carpeted floors, mostly. In fact, I wonder if you can... they probably still haven't fixed that. They don't want to fix that. So if you put something like a torch against here, then when you go to, like, enchant something, which I can't because it's all... If you were to go and enchant something, then you'd be down to, like, a level 28 enchant. And that's good. It gives you options for, like, controlling, you know, for being able to interrupt the flow of power from the bookcase to the enchantment table. It's also annoying as fucking hell because of situations like this where I got carpet on the floor. I want to put carpet down there, but carpet would also count as a block that interrupts the flow unless they've changed something there. There's also books back here. I just remembered. Yeah, I don't know what books they are or where they are, but... And then, so this is the top. This is the top, and then, yeah, we're not supposed to... In fact, yeah, there's not even water in this one. Okay, that one's closed. And then to go down, you just get into this elevator column and hold shift, and you go down. You'll also notice that there's, if we do that, we can go down into the basement, which has nothing in it. This used to be a big... Used to be like, this was like the beginning of this tower, the beginning of the world, really, started, the beginning of our whole area started with this basement, if I remember. There's still some stuff down here that probably just needs to be moved out as part of the organization efforts. And then, hey, guy, how you doing? You feeling good? How's your mother? Have you called your mother recently? Have you spoken to your mother lately? Uh-oh. I didn't mean to break the boat. I guess I broke the boat. You coming for me? Is he coming for me? Oh, he's coming for me. I saw his particles up there. Yeah, he wants a piece of the Ronin pawn. What's on you? Just mending. Fair enough. He wants a piece of me. Yeah, I didn't mean to break the boat. It's been a minute. Let's get into a column of water, probably. And maybe just stay here. He's clearly already forgotten. Just gonna stay in the columns of water for a minute. See if he follows me up to the top. Fight me in my CEO office, if you dare, prick. No? Alright. I think he probably went out in the sunshine and then he forgot that we had ever had beef between us. Yeah. Okay, so, now that it's daylight, number one, here's what the tower looks like when we look back at it. You'll see that all roads kind of lead to the tower. You'll also immediately notice that we've got a food truck. It was the last thing that we worked on. And we've got a guy who runs the food truck. Hey, I want a fajita. And he's a butcher, and so you actually can get fajitas from him. Incidentally, this is Roshi-san's taco stand in Coney Island. He sells mac and cheese, fries, crepes, scrambled eggs, fajitas, curry, pizza, hot dogs, ramen, falafel and hummus, salmon, and spaghetti. we had a good time trying to figure out what would be the most eclectic menu that if you saw it, you would never order anything from him. Because he can't, if you're doing all of those things, you can't possibly do any of them well, is the point there. But yeah, if we step into the food truck here, also we can go on top, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with the damn food truck. That was a several hour futzing with each block to figure out what worked best, kind of a concept there. Okay, beside the food truck is our propane tank over here, as you can see. Peligro, gas explosivo. Yeah, that's telling you not to fuck around with this. What it actually does is it's collecting our kelp, and it's actually turning our kelp into dried kelp blocks automatically for us. This, I made everything automated. With crafters, everything is doing everything without me having to do it anymore in this world, basically. So yeah, this is producing dried kelp blocks, which are a very good fuel. The dried kelp blocks come from here. There is kelp in there. I promise you, there's kelp growing in there. I can't remember when or under what condition it actually breaks the kelp blocks. And anyway, we're completely full on them. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. What's the condition upon which we actually fire this thing? Because, I was always being, oh, it's daylight. Is it a daylight? Is it daylight? Or does that just turn lights on? It's not a daylight sensor thing. This sends the signal down, or takes it up and sends it across, kind of a thing. Where does the signal come from? You're bringing it up, and then this allows us to push it in. Yeah. Let's go down and see upon what condition. Is it just a timer? This just might be a timer. The way that I built specificically, like, I wanted it to be efficient and to make sense, and there's no reason to be popping things. Yeah, see that back there? That's definitely counting up seconds, and it's probably passing things between a set of hoppers, and there you go. And we just fired the whole thing to break. So on a certain number of seconds, we fire that. As opposed to, like, having a billion sensors that are each detecting the individual growth of each individual. No. Sure, you'll get better rates, but why do you need better rates for something like this, It's a massive, it goes down is the thing. It does go down. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think there's 6 layers going down of like 8 across in both directions. And then further out here is a automated sugarcane farm, which I think is a little bit more conventional. I think this one might actually, does it do detection, or is it also on a timer? I would think this does detection. It might just be on a timer. It might even be like on a sunlight timer. We can go in if we wanted to. Yeah, look, there's one over there that hasn't been popped. I think I did the math on how often one sugarcane grows in a world on average, and I think the math said that basically you want this to happen like once every 5 minutes. You want to try and pop them. Well, the sun rises and sets, or maybe it's once every 10 minutes or something, but like, however I did it, it might be 5 minutes. There might be like some trick to the way that I've set this up that it happens once every 5 minutes. But, yeah, I remember I did some math on that. It's dark out now, although we're very well lit. We're very safe in our territories to continue just enjoying ourselves. So here we have alternating I think those are potatoes and carrots? Potatoes and carrots. Back and forth. This was our original farm. I harvested this many a time. Oh, that's right. This is the mastery of farming right here, too, is if you want everything to grow at the absolute maximum rates, then you've got water in the middle. You've also got water on the side, which keeps this outer layer wet. Yeah, that's why you do the outside water. I remember now. It keeps the outer layer wet, and by having one outside layer like this, that means that everything on the interior grows at its maximum possible rate. Now, you know, you could do some math on that and say, well, why not just plant more crops here and try and figure out whether or not it makes more sense to use this area for growing crops or not. But I wanted to, like, follow the actual rules of farming in Minecraft that nobody seems to know or nobody bothers following. This is maximal growth rate. This is how you do it. Anything else out here? We've got this back here is our forest. Probably a fairly boring part of things, and there's a lot of cool things to see yet, but quickly we've got all the different kinds of trees that I've run into anyway. We've got oak. We've got birch. We've got llama. That's my llama farm there. We've got cherry. Go back a little bit further. This is where we could start running into mobs. We've got jungle. We're now in the jungle wood territory. I start heading this way. We've got dark oak, I think. No, this is spruce. And then past the spruce is the dark oak. And then if we keep going further back, we've got acacia. And then we've got actually nether trees. Whatever they are. Crimson whatevers. Well, you shot me and then, like, fell off or something? You dingus? Where are you? Yeah, there you are. Hello, dingus. Yep. Nice to see you, dingus. This is not good. No. Now don't. I need to get out of here. I don't want him blowing up the area, and I can't run because I'm out of hunger. This, Skelly might help me move a little bit faster by shooting me in the back. There we go. Now I can handle things. What's up? One more. Where's that creeper? Oh, I don't have any arrows? Now I do. Yeah, I told you, like, out back here is where it's dark enough that we could actually get some mob spawnage. But this is our forest. And yeah, we kind of got one of every kind of tree that I've seen. I guess we're lacking those weird trees that grow in the moss area. Mossy stuff. Here's my iron farm, as long as we're just sort of wandering around and coming across things at random. Iron farm down here. You know, you might say, oh, that's a pretty basic iron farm to have after 218 hours in. It works, and you might notice that we're kind of having a little bit of trouble there in terms of the iron. It's starting to overflow. So here we've got the poppies. Here we've got blocks of iron. And those blocks of iron should actually be being made automatically from the iron. Why so we've got 41 iron in there. This might need to be fixed, actually, because it should be passing through. My system automatically turns the iron bricks into iron blocks so as to store them more efficiently. But it seems to be not actually working. And the stone slabs are blocking or stopping it from... Yeah. I get in here. So stone slabs are just taking up those slots for us, just holding the space. It's being blocked by you, maybe? If I pull this out... Well, I need space. Cyan glass panes are almost invisible with the glasses that I'm wearing there. I guess I need to empty my inventory, and then that's something we can come over and try and fix here. Let's just make sure and empty my inventory in a way that's, you know, appropriate, correct, and doesn't just make a big stupid mess out of everything, right? Like what you need to do is pay attention and care. I feel like I remember that glow sacks go here. Dark oak planks would go over here. I'm gonna actually try. Is that right? Dark oak planks. This is logs. This is all logs. That's all logs. Logs for all year long, just logs. And then this is where the planks would go. I guess what I actually want to do here is take out some more logs and have some more wood on me. That's what I want. And then you or you. You, this would go in here. Ah, it's amazing what does come back to you, what you kind of half sort of remember. I mean, we did just look at this stuff, so there's that too. Do you fit? Either you... Yep, one of them fits in there. You fit in there. You got lanterns. I picked up a bow from a dick. This is a dick bow. Wait, there's another dick bow in there, so that makes sense to put that dick bow with this dick bow. I think flower pot would go over here. Quartz slab. Maybe with the nether shit? Doesn't seem like it, but it is for today. Dark oak fence. Inventory management. It matters, does it? I don't know. Oak trapdoors. This was because we were working on the food truck, I believe. The last time that we did this. Cyan. Stained glass panes would be... Wait, up another level. Glass in here. Huh? The kid remembers. The kid knows. Maybe I do just carry around some emeralds on me. Maybe that was the thing that I did. Grindstone? Why do I have a grindstone with me? Why in God's name would I have a grindstone? I think it was something that I tried with the... I mean, okay. Whatever. Block of quartz. Piece of sheet. Slice of cake. Block of quartz. What is that from? It's from my childhood, I know that. No, where's the nether stuff? You're supposed to be nether stuff, aren't you? No, nether stuff is there. Here, have my block of quartz. Put you there. And we're pretty much managed now. Is there a place where lanterns go? It's one of these two, I feel like. I'm just gonna leave the lanterns here. I need more coal on me. This is... Wow, I'm actually playing Minecraft in this world. I haven't remembered how the elevators work yet. Do we not have coal? I haven't seen coal, actually, have I? No, we did. We had... I remember seeing... one of these had coal. There it is. Was there a reason I wasn't carrying coal around anymore? Because this is how I would... This was the life I was living, was always like this in my inventory. Don't need these iron bars, don't need that paper. Iron bars, though, would go... Yeah. Oh, hang on. We'll go up there. Paper could go somewhere down here, probably. Iron bars... Go in the iron chest, which is one of them. There we go. Look at that, I got a clean inventory. Holy shit. And then maybe you there and you there. I would want to have just a regular old sort of building block in one of the slots. This is crazy. Just having this experience. Like, literally dirt. There. Yeah, for emergency kit. And then everything else is something that I hang on to, I keep with me. I mean, it's wild to me. Alright, I've emptied my inventory. And now the way this was supposed to work was that the poppy was supposed to get, you know, supposed to go off into one side, and then the blocks of iron were supposed to go off into another. But look at this, we've got some stuff in here that really shouldn't be in here. But then it would fall through, wouldn't it? Because I've got it saved here. So we see that some skeletons have fallen in, some zombies have fallen in, some spiders have fallen in and died. But I've got spaces for it, so, you know, it shouldn't be blocking, is the thing. Let's see what the state is here. It's just all iron. It's just all iron. And then that iron... That iron looks like it's being pushed into... here? There's probably something above this. Yeah. This seems like this would be the problem, but this is supposed to come in here, and then anything that's iron's supposed to fall through, and look. So the problem is that the iron's just not getting there. There is another way in. I remember. Hi! What's this? 3 water bottles and a... That's... Why? That gives out a certain strength signal, I think. 14 iron ingots, though? That's weird that it would be iron ingots here. I guess I'm gonna have to actually play Redstone Engineer and, you know, break some shit apart. I didn't want to, like, get deep into it. I'm gonna... I mean, it's not that I didn't want to get deep into it. I didn't want to start breaking stuff, because I don't know what's important here. It's been too long. You know, redstone isn't something that you just... you just... jump in and handle. This dirt block could be integral to something. It really could be. You know, it could need to, like, carry a signal. It could be blocking water flow or something. God damn, that would kill me if I did that. It looks like we should be good. It's just dirt. So back there, all iron. This is the problem then. How is this? It's just because you filled up completely with poppies? If I take that out. New recipe. You can now make soup with poppy. Maybe you couldn't before. Is that not the problem? Oh, no, look. We're moving now. We're moving iron. Iron is falling through. So it's just happening so fast in here that we never actually see the iron coming into existence. How do I prevent this from backing up like that with poppies? Like, if there's so many poppies that they can't go anywhere. Boy, I just don't know. But it is working now. It was just that it was backed up with poppies. I mean, empty the poppies somewhere else, have an set up an overflow system, but I ain't ready to get into any of that. I'm glad that it was that simple, you know, of a fix. That's how that was, isn't it? And then I got a bunch of poppies, and now the system's working. Yeah. Now the system's working, the iron is flowing, and we should be making more blocks of iron pretty consistently. So that's another thing that I should see here then. If we got 21 blocks of iron, I would expect to see a 22nd block of iron pretty quickly. It shouldn't take that long. I mean, if you've got 9 iron and it's all just falling through into the auto crafter, and the fact that it hasn't already happened suggests to me that the auto crafter isn't working. That's definitely beyond my let's fix it right now stuff, especially since we haven't even finished our, welcome home kind of campaign. Okay, so the iron farm needs a little bit more work, is what we could say. Yeah, I'll dump these off somewhere. This is our slave, this is our volunteer work camp. These farms are fully automatic. I don't remember what they do or what they produce. I think this one actually produces bales. Yeah, hay bales. So this just produces hay bales completely automatically. I don't have to be involved in this at all. And here's how it works. The way that it works, because it's actually pretty simple under here, isn't it? It's so the hoppers, whenever a villager goes to break anything up there, villagers will break the crops, right? So when a villager breaks the crops, it actually gets hoovered up by the hopper before the villager can put it in its inventory. So it gets hoovered up by the hopper. Hopper delivers it to here, actually. It goes over here. And then something, it gets filtered down into an auto crafter where we fill it up to a 9... till it's full, and then when it's full, it automatically crafts, and then when it automatically crafts, it also sends a signal up these blocks, triggering these droppers, which are, going up, so it does a dropper elevator up that pushes it into that, chest that we looked at above it. Meanwhile, in the center column here, this actually takes just wheat seeds. Wheat seeds get filtered through here, they get pushed over here, and then when this has a wheat seed in it, it gets hopper elevatored up into the middle of the farm, so that the villagers do eventually pick up the wheat seeds, and then the villagers always have wheat seeds in their inventory to replant the wheat that they're harvesting, and so this farm is fully automated. It just farms itself. So we've got one for wheat, and then over here we've got beetroot, and it's full. It's just full. This one is less complicated. I think this is just a farmer trapped in a beetroot farm. And then there's a hungry villager over here trapped. And the idea is that the farmer, when their inventory has food in it, if they see that there's a hungry villager over here, they will come to the hungry villager and they'll throw it across to him. But between the farmer and the villager is a setup, is a hopper minecart, and then underneath that is something to drain the hopper minecart. And so basically everything that you try and throw across there gets hoovered up before it hits him. Uh-oh. What? I didn't just sleep. Let's go sleep then. I mean, it's not a bad thing to take advantage of this and get membranes and whatnot, but I think I've already got membranes. Ho ho ho! Who's on fire now? I don't know if anybody was ever like, you're on fire. Now it's you. Hey, bud. Come on down. Don't get stuck on the skyscraper, moron. Here we go. No? Having trouble? A little bit of trouble with the math on this operation here? Just come get me. I'm standing out in the open. Hey. Dummy. I'm here. I am for you. There you go. Don't get... Oh my god. There you go. We get 4 phantom membranes. That's what we're talking about. Let's go ahead and sleep now. Remember where I hid my bed, Kenneth? I think it was your idea. Because this design was just too perfect, and I knew I needed a bed in here, but I didn't want to mess it up in any way, and we tried making a chair that kind of looked like, you know, like a chaise lounge or something. Nothing worked, nothing looked good, and so in the end what we came up with was there's a little bed underneath this carpet. There's a little bed just tucked in underneath this carpet, and look at where it spawns you when you wake up from it, but it's hidden in the floorboards. I got a bed under there. It's freaking beautiful. It's brilliant. Let's head back down. Won't be bothered by phantoms anymore. So yeah, fully automated wheat or hay bale farm. Fully automated beetroot farm. I don't know why I wanted beetroot like that, but we have it now. Over here is a factory. This was a big, important part of this hardcore seed, was our factory. And this was one of my first big, like, designs, you know, in creative mode, figuring out how copper lights worked and how I wanted to try and make this work with the brick and, you know, make it look like an old Detroit factory, automotive factory. We've got the rails here just keep, you know, zombies out and villagers in case there were, say, any villagers that needed to be kept in. We've got cats around the place to keep the creepers away. I hear people meowing. But here we've got our I don't want to say the word slave. We've got our villagers, our cleric master, there we go, who may have at one point been a zombie and been cured, and I may have been the one to turn him into a zombie and then cure him. I don't know. But yeah, we can buy ender pearls, we can buy glowstone, bottles o' enchanting. What do you got? Yeah, nothing too special. Over here are our master masons. Light gray glazed terracotta. Look at how neat that looks. It looks like the logo to a first-person shooter game or something like that. That looks really nice. We've got a quartz pillar there. They'll take clay? Is that what I saw? Clay balls. Clay balls. Clay balls, of course, are pretty hard to get to. I've got some, but they're pretty... Oh, and look at all the emeralds I've got, too. Oh, and look, I've got some clay blocks, too. I've got some clay. It's hard to get a hold of clay. Hopefully someday we'll come up with a consistent way to get a hold of clay. Over here is a manual cobble and or stone generator. That automatically collects and separates the cobblestone and or stone, depending on what you just happen to be hitting. There's enough mechanism underneath here, redstone-wise, to do that. Got a little bit of storage, where I've got all my redstone workings and various, you know, bullshitteries that were required at various points stored over here in the factory. And just mess overflow inventory as well. Over here is this is my automatic pumpkin and watermelon farm. It's fully automatic until it's full. And the problem is we hit the maximum amount of pumpkins, so we didn't max out on melons, because then I'm pretty sure at that point what happens is the cart, should be a mine cart under here. Yeah. The cart gets too full, it becomes too heavy, and it stops dropping, it stops working. But this worked incredibly well for a good long time. It worked exactly the way it's designed to work. And the way that it's designed to work is without... Look at this. Okay, well, it's not going to make it unless I give it a push, but once it hits one of these speedy bits, now it's just on a cycle. It is just on a cycle, and that cycle is... It will never interrupt itself until the weight of the hopper just becomes too much. If the weight of the hopper ever becomes too much. Importantly, you'll note that it's storing melons and not melon slices. That's because I built a redstone contraption under here that automatically crafts all of the melon slices into melons and then puts them into the chest. And you can't even tell that contraption exists underneath there, but it sure as shit does. And look at how the point of this was to go incredibly slowly, as slow as you possibly could, because the cart itself is what triggers the machine to break the pumpkins. We're not observing it. We're not using observers here. It was kind of a project of mine to do this. So the cart, whenever it passes by over here, this sensor sees the cart passing, and that triggers it to pop. And so it's going at a relatively slow rate, so that it only pops at, what is basically the necessary rate in order to not lose too much. Why did it... When it grew one, it fired off even though the thing was over here. What triggered that? That was weird. I'm here literally telling you that we don't use sensors to know when to fire. Did I switch this over so that it does use sensors to know when to fire? The original design did not do that. Damn it. This is a hard jump to make. Yeah, especially when the fucking just doesn't... I pressed the jump button and it... See, now I'm pressing it incredibly early because it didn't read it twice in a row at the correct time. Good God. Are these sensors? What am I looking at? Okay, that's F3. Don't press F3. It's F7? Targeted block is a wire, is a piston. Yeah, there's no sensor. There's just strange circumstance that I happen to be looking at it when it fires at a weird moment. But so this doesn't actually have to come all the way up in order to drop off its contents into that hopper. It can just get a little bit onto its side, and it'll drop off 2 or 3 of the blocks it's picked up. And at the rate that things grow here, it will continue running and picking them up and dropping them off at a perfectly fine rate that keeps running forever, so long as there's room in here for pumpkins, which there isn't anymore. So it will stop working again. But it was a brilliant design. If I wanted more storage for more pumpkins or watermelons, I'd just make it and we'd be fine. I want to put these melons together and then chuck you in there at least. And then the pumpkins, I don't know, I just have to hang on to them. Pumpkins and melons are great to trade with farmers. Get a lot of money out of that. But so that's that. We also have in here, in our factory, an upstairs. And we've got 2 layers to the upstairs, actually. Up here's our dripstone manufacturing, so at any time in the factory, we've got dripstone growing on the bottom and up top. We've also got a beehive here. These bees just got into the factory. What can I say? I pay for extermination. But it's a factory, they got up here. You'll note that there's a lot of redstone stuff going on up here in the roof, in the eaves, And as the sun goes down, we should get a chance to see that in action. But there's also a second layer up here where we've got the water that makes the dripstone work. And I've got a little bed here so that I could sleep safely in the factory while I was working on stuff. Oh, and what's that out back? Clay is hard to come by. But yeah, so as the sun goes down, which it is right now, you'll note that the doors here are open, and it is going down. I think we got a few more, like another minute or so. But you'll note that the doors are open, and these lights here are currently off. We'll see if that remains the case. Oh, look at this. We've got a bee with an ass full of pollen. And by the way, check out what the factory looks like from these angles, huh? F1? F1 still does that. Yeah. It's a really nice design, very pretty. I've collected a number of skeletal horses, and then I've got my actual horse back here also. Very, very nice design. And then on this side of things, you know, the garage doors are just shut. The shipping bay doors are just shut, just off. And then we've got entrances and exits at the corners. Over here, we have an automatic cactus farm, which is also clearly full. Oh, hi. Are you allowed to be here? Is it not a problem for you to be here? Sometimes it's a problem for them to be in certain places. It seems like it's fine for him to be here. This is an automatic cactus farm. The cactuses, you know, they grow, they pop themselves, they fall to the absolute bottom, and then... Oh, there's a lot of cactus, actually. And then they get pushed up by a water column up here, and then dropped into here, which apparently I dumped off into there to make more room, and now we would need more room still. Okay, sun's going down. Let's see if we can't be here for the moment. Presuming this system still works. In 3, 2, 1... Oh, that's right. I actually set it up, I did the redstone in such a way that this doesn't trigger until it's like midnight. There we go. So the factory turns its own lights on and shuts the doors so as to prevent any ne'er-do-wells from coming in after hours, by which I mean keep the zombies and creepers out. Fully automated lighting... and door operation. You see the sticky piston here that pushes the redstone block into the center, and that activates all the trapdoors and doors that surround it and closes everything up. And those signals are passed from the top on the roof all the way down onto the copper roof, by the way. Massive copper roof that we built and you know, had to mine all that copper by hand. Over here, I should actually probably sleep so that we don't get harassed. So let's make use of that in-factory bed. Let's see, I just saw a chat move. Dramacian said, 1 leather and 1 string make a bundle. Bundle allows you to carry more items. Oh, that's right. That's a new thing. I've got one in my new world. I should make one here. And then said, you then can send the cactus into a series of furnaces powered, but kelp blocks to make a free XP machine. The cactuses into a series of furnaces powered by kelp blocks to make a free XP machine. Yeah. And we've got the automatic kelp being made and turned into dried kelp blocks, and yeah, we could just be cooking up, green dye or whatever, you know, whatever the cactus turns into. And look, see, now it's daylight, the doors are open, we just walk out. The cats, the reason, there's a bunch of cats here, this is to keep the creepers away. Of course, we're lit up at this point where we really shouldn't see any creepers, but if we did, the cats would scare them off, hopefully. You might have noticed over here some bees. We do have some bees. And I think I sealed it, yeah. I finally sealed it completely, and you just can't access it anymore. Trying to keep bees in a place while you're like building it in you know, survival mode, in hardcore survival, is a bit of a hassle. But yeah, we've got bees for days, just doing their thing. Hey, bud. What's up? Yeah. So this mechanism that we've got for the bees automatically turns the honey that get produced into blocks of honey, not just bottles of honey, although they have to be collected as bottles of honey. And then on this side, we get honeycomb. It just puts out honeycomb, and then I do have to like manually come and turn it into honeycomb blocks, I think, which I'll do right now, so as to make sure that we've got space. Honeycomb blocks, honeycomb blocks. Go ahead and do like that. But yeah, this separates out all of the materials, and this system, as I recall, the main component of this was that it required all... Oh, yeah, we got dispensers filled, but it required all of the fucking bottles in the world. In order for this system to work, every single slot in every single dispenser has to be filled with bottles. I had to make, in creative mode, from sand, these bottles. I didn't make like a bottle making... Ooh, I should make a bottle making facility. But like everything had to have bottles, and I think that's the tip of the iceberg on how many bottles were required. So many fucking bottles that I had to make. Cooking sand for days and whatnot in order to do that, in order to make this system work. And all of these systems, by the way, are, you know, they may be inspired by someone's design, but they are my designs ultimately. Like, I tweaked and chose to go about them in a different way and optimized to my tastes and that sort of a thing. Including the next thing on our list, which is the clay printer. This is my 3D clay printer. I said clay. It's hard to come by. This is how you make clay. And this is how you make it industrially. You know, if you're going to make quite a bit of it. Notice at the top here, what we're looking at right there, if I F7, it says my targeted block is Minecraft mud. So you want to make clay, what you do is you make mud, and then you dry it out with dripstone. And if we peek down here, we'll see dripstone, 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 dripstone. So we create mud with this machine here, which again required a fair few bottles, if I recall correctly. Is that right? Are there like a lot of bottles in here? I think somewhere in here there's like 1 million bottles, just so that you can keep 6 that always have water in them, and it constantly cycles them or something if we were to break this thing open. But this machine always produces enough bottles so that you can just stand here and place dirt, and the dirt will be turned into mud. Let's see if I can't do this. You just hold right click. You want to take the shield out of your hand. And the machine just runs. And you'll see, looking out that little slot to the right, that we're moving. Every time that we get a full row of mud, this row of pistons pushes it out by 1. And then when it gets completely full out to here, this row of pistons pushes it back this way. And then that causes it to push up. And then when it gets to the next level, there's another row of pistons that pushes it out. And so we have nobody has ever designed, this is my design for it to be a 3D printer. This mud printer is someone else's design. I think I might have optimized it as well, though. I think I might have changed it because I realized that it was like not quite as efficient as it could be. I definitely optimized this. There was, in the design that I went off of, there were not as many pistons, and there was no real good reason why there couldn't just be more rows of pistons there. But yeah, this is a three-tier mud printer. And then see, we've printed the mud, the mud sits on the clay or on the dripstone blocks, it dries it out and it turns it into clay. These are clay blocks there. So yeah, that's how you get clay infinitely, or at least as much as if you can get dirt, then you can get clay. And now in Minecraft you can get infinite dirt, can't you? Can you? Is it really infinite? Like, you can do, there's a number of different ways to create dirt out of other things, like flint not flint, gravel, and making coarse dirt and then converting the coarse dirt into regular dirt and stuff like that. Anyway, if you've got dirt, you can make clay, with that machine. Just, it only costs the time of you standing there holding the right click button for it to fill up and then waiting for it to dry out. I'm really proud of that machine. Your leather farm and wool farm. Leather and wool. I have leather? I have a leather farm? Let's see. Here's our wool farm, and it's in the barn, rather. And look at my barn that I designed, huh? You know? I went off into creative mode, and I worked on these designs and played with, like, what I thought looked the best and what made the most sense. And look at the barn door that, like, slides. See how it slides, hanging from a thing, just like a barn door does, and I'm really happy with my designs here. Oh, right, over here, there's the leather farm. So here's the wool farm, and the wool farm in the barn is sheep. And we've got sheep of all colors, and all, you know, belief systems and philosophies and ethos. Sheep of all colors in here. And they are automatically shorn, and then what has been shorn is then automatically, yes, I remember, is then automatically collected by this hopper and brought back here and dropped off, and it gets pumped up into our chests up there. It could be organized by color, but I really liked this automated system. And it won't work now because, you know, we're full, but if I were to... What would I have to do? So the reason why it's not moving right now is because this is blocked up completely, I think? Because it's empty, right? But then it's like the thing that it's sitting on needs to... There's a redstone signal that detects maybe here when you're empty. And then when that's empty, yeah. When the hopper that it sits on is empty, the redstone signal fires this guy off. He heads out underneath all of the different sheep, gets to the other end of things, hits another one, and starts coming back. And then when it reaches this, it empties, and then only if and when the hopper that it's emptied into is completely empty will it, like, send it out for another round of collection. And apparently right now, you know, we're like I say, we're full up here of all the different colors. So if we wanted more collection, we just have to, you know, add more storage to the system. Cool, I was able to put the yellow wool aside. But yeah, fully automated wool system over here. And the barn has an upstairs, which we, you know, have room for putting some stuff. As of right now, I just had a little place to sleep. Little overflow chest, little crafting table, and a kitty. Keep an eye for us. But look, even the interior has the design of, like, as though these could be, you know, swung shut in a storm kind of thing. Really happy with my various designs there. And then, in fact, since the sun is going down, let's make use of this bed. I'm loving this tour. I'm loving, like, just being back in this world that I put so much effort into. And then I duck, and then I come through. Also got a couple of looms over there. Just felt appropriate somehow. So this is our cow farm. And the cow farm is really beautiful. This is something that I should make a video on YouTube about. Again, this is my own custom design from scratch. Nobody's ever done it like this. This is me. Here's how the cow farm works, okay? Number one, you come in and you say, hey, I need beef, and or leather. So you come in and you know, cull your herd, right? Okay. That's all the cows taken care of. Now what you need is a little bit of wheat to breed your cows. And we want it to be an even number. I don't know how many cows I've actually got to breed here. We'll do this, 34. So you get the wheat in your hand, and you come in here, and you stand on this thing. I mean, you just stand here, and you just look forward, and you see how the cows keep walking forward toward me? Now I can just right-click and just hold it. And as they walk toward me, I am feeding them the wheat. And any cow that hasn't, you know, been wheated, so long as it passes in front of my cursor, it'll get wheated and it will mate. And I can just stand here and hold right click. And so they get fed, they mate, they produce babies. And then when I'm done, I turn around and all of the babies are standing right here. They're all right here. And then I just step out like this. And then all of those babies are on this side of the fence. They cannot get back to their mothers. They will live a torturous existence. But importantly, I now have a constant stock of breeders that are always the same number of breeders. I'm not in there killing my breeders ever. I feed them, they produce babies, the babies come over here, they grow up on this side, and when they're grown, I come into this side of the pen, I slaughter. This is, I am so proud of this design. It's so simple, and yet it's just so effective, and it's so in theme. You know, there's a million different like ways out there to, you know, you can cram cows into a slot and force them to produce. You can do this in other ways, but there's nothing that is more farm-like and simultaneously this efficient. I'm so proud of this design. I really should make a video about it. Yeah, so there's my leather, and then I will have gathered a ton of cooked beef because I'm hitting them with a fire aspect sword. So yeah, I got all my beef back, and then I just put my wheat away. Maybe put this back in my hand. I guess I got this off of a zombie? I'm just gonna eat it. So that's wool, leather, and beef, and then we've got our chickens. And this was a fucking project. This was a nightmare to do in survival mode. In creative mode, you just spawn a chicken where you want a chicken. Trying to get all of these chickens into each of their compartments was a fucking nightmare. But it was a very satisfying and rewarding nightmare when it was over, because I have the only chicken coop in Minecraft that looks like a goddamn chicken coop. Everybody else is, you know, oh, well, I just crammed 23 chickens into a square, and then you're good for fucking you. My chicken coop looks like a chicken coop. There's a chicken in every slot. They produce eggs. The eggs are something. Ah, here we go. The eggs come... The eggs are captured. The eggs are then thrown automatically into this space, which is too small for a full-grown chicken to survive in. So whenever a baby turns into a full-grown chicken, it starts to suffocate in the block that it's within, and then it drops its raw chicken and its feathers through into this box. The eggs are, you know, if you want the eggs, then you gotta kind of reach in there and pick out eggs for yourself. But this produces us raw chicken and feathers continuously. I just pick something up, or no? Yeah, pretty. I'm incredibly proud of all of these designs. What else have we got? Like, is this? I think we've just went through like the main section here. Yeah. So now we head into the village. And you'll notice that I've paved the roads in brick for these people, and I've actually rebuilt their homes for them out of more solid materials, more sturdy materials. And, you know, this is my labor force, so I take good care of them. I don't want them to be, like, just trapped. I want them to have an active, like, village experience. Oh, hello. This is, this guy works for me. He makes sure that the inn, this is the inn, that the inn, that people don't get too drunk and disorderly is mainly what he does here. We've got a lovely fireplace here. Very happy with that model for a fireplace that I came up with. And then this is where this is my management facility up here. This is where I sleep when I'm staying at the inn. And you know, as long as as long as there's some bullshit off in here. This allows me to, like, just keep an eye on things, make sure that Chuck is you know, doing his job. This part of the building existed, and then I think maybe this part of a building existed too? Or did I build this from scratch and connect the two? Some of this was pre-existing, and I you know, built onto it. We carry along here. We just got houses and houses and houses. We've got, here's the main center park, where everyone gathers at the end of the workday to bitch about the boss, which is me, and I encourage it. I know that they've got a vent. I would rather them complain than, you know, get pitchforks and come up to the CEO office. This is Parliament Funkadelic. This is the band, Parliament Funkadelic. You can see their style. These are my main librarians, I think. Or maybe they're just some of my librarians. Sharpness 5, Sweeping Edge. I think these are the important librarians. Luck of the Sea 3. Maybe they're not all important librarians, but they are librarians anyway. I've got librarians all throughout the town. I just had to, wherever I could keep them. I don't want them to have to be trapped away like everybody does. You put them in a little mall and they're constantly standing there and they never get to sleep and they don't get to walk anywhere and they don't get to have lives. My villagers get to have lives, and that means that they die quite a lot. But also I'm in a hardcore world, so I don't need them, you know? Like, I have made the equipment that I will have forever, and so I will never be back to get, like, another copy of the equipment that I have. Because if I need another copy of the equipment, then I've died, and there's no coming back from it, you know? That's my premise anyway. And yeah, I modified pretty much every one of these houses, if just replacing what they were made of, at least on this side of town. Over here, this might be original construction. Yeah, a lot of it anyway. It's just cobblestone, and this is where the poor people live, and I don't even come into this district, so I don't know what happens over here. Oh wow, it looks like there's room for more villagers, actually. I can put a couple more beds down there. Yeah, this is the poor side of town. And, you know, I've paved the roads, but I wasn't gonna pay for everybody's house to look nice. Did I see something over there? No, we're fine. Yeah, and there's fellas about. Is that a type of fish that I don't, or a type of cat that I don't have yet? There's a multicolored tabby kind of a thing. I need some fish to feed to it. I don't need salmon. Look at how beautiful the underwater is. This is the latest version of What's the complimentary unbound something? What is it? It's options, video settings. It's complimentary unbound is the shader pack, and this is actually low settings so that I can run it on the live streams. Look at that. Look at how lovely that is. This cat. I want to tame all of the types of cat. I don't know if I've got you or not. I see that you exist there. I need a fishing pole, I guess. And some raw fish. Where would I keep a fishing pole? Here's the raw fish. Aha! Yeah, I knew something. I knew something. I just gotta re-find that cat, and they move so fast. Ah, I see it moving. I've always just rushed up on them and forced the fish down their throats. But I'm trying this because I've heard that this is how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to sit perfectly still, right? You're inside something else. There we go. And we got another kitty. Okay. This would not be a bad place for you to actually hang out, cat. Feels like a place where a creeper could come round. Okay, this is our villager breeder. So this building produces free villagers for us, without me really having to do anything. I just have to turn it off when I don't want any more villagers. But basically it's just a farm that has been, you know, trapped. The villagers have been trapped inside. They've got, you know, these two things are here so that they'll have the job of being farmers, and that means that they'll constantly feed themselves. I don't have to provide them with food. They will grow the food, they will feed themselves, and they will mate with one another. And apparently they've got a nice little collection there for themselves. And all I really have to do is when I want villagers to be produced, I have this open. I leave this open, and then the babies that those two produce will try to path to this bed. They will walk down in here. They will be carried by the water flow outside of this facility, and then they will have to, you know, figure out their lives. I don't think I want any villagers. I think I'm already seeing some hobos wandering around at this point. So yeah, I think we're good on villagers then. But that's how we produce villagers. That's one of the earliest constructions too, which is why it's so ugly. Everything else has a nice like theme and design to it. That's just very, very ugh. And look at my lampposts. Yeah. Everything is also lit in such a way as I'm pretty sure mobs just can't spawn anywhere around here. Like, they can't spawn until you're out in the forest there, or you get way out here, and then maybe you can start getting some mob spawning in this dark corner over here. But anywhere near the village, you just can't get mobs. And that's how it has to be. That's why there's all these posts out here with, you know, lights on them. That's how I have to have it if I'm going to have a village where the villagers are actually free to, you know, walk about, to move about as they wish. And look at this. I've got some cherry leaf blocks on certain houses and stuff like that. I really went to the nines decorating, didn't I? But that's kind of the overworld. That's kind of all of it. Incidentally, if you note where we are in the world, the XYZ there on the right, we're well away from spawn. I traveled for ages before I settled on a place that I wanted to live, and this village on the waterfront was it for me. But of course, that's not the end of it. That's the overworld. And now if we head down here, and we go into the sub-basement, number one over here, I remember there's a big old chamber. Yeah. This big old chamber. So you can hear it above us. The iron... The iron farm. There turned out to be too many caves underneath my iron farm. That iron farm design is just supposed to be like the easiest iron farm design. You just cut a little hole. The only thing that has to be true for it to work is that there can't be any caves underneath it, or else you're going to get your iron golems will spawn in the caves down here, and then you won't get any spawning up in the thing. So in order to make this work, I cut all of this away. And filled it with water so that they can't spawn down here underneath and stuff like that. This was... I liked this for the humor of it. I took the simplest iron farm design that I could find and made it incredibly complicated, overcomplicated. So we have... I'm pretty sure there was like our mine. Our proper mine. We've got some animals and a villager down there. But I believe our proper mine was down this way. Yeah. And this is actually... It's whatever that biome is, where you get the trees with the flowers on it. Lush Caves biome. We're over top of a lush caves biome. So our mining went on down there. That's our overworld mine. I imagine we did some strip mining for diamonds or something at some point. Does that sound familiar? Did we do that? But, I think more interesting at this point would be the Nether. I do remember we did some things in the Nether, and the Nether is accessed like this. And down here. And this all used to be a lava pit. This was a lava pit. This was entirely lava. And... did I just take it all? Did I just end up using all of the lava? Like every single piece of lava, or did I fill some of it in? I don't remember. But I know this all used to be lava. That's why we made the portal down here. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Okay, I forgot. I had forgotten until just now just how much shit we had done in the Nether. And look at the Nether too. So let's go ahead and do the thing. We have a Nether highway. It's hard to keep max speed because of the way that I made it, which was not, you know, just about it being able to be as fast as possible, but also, you know, I had to build all this by hand. I had to get all of these blue ice. This is a blue ice highway, by the way. This isn't just a regular ice highway, I don't think. Maybe it is, I don't know. But yeah, look at this. And then, yeah, down here there's a... hang on. I don't think I want to go in there. Well, what happens? Oh, yeah. This was actually where we found, like, the blue ice. This used to be spires of ice. Those big spires of ice. This whole area here. Columns and columns of it. Ow. Prick. Oh, hi. What's up? Columns and columns of ice, and I took it all. If I recall correctly, there's a village over here, too. Did I? Oh, look, there's some remnants of the ice. It used to be all the way out here. It was all ice, too. Did I just, like, fuck this village over with, like, a raid or something like that? Is there... Why do I feel like there's not going to be anyone over here in this village for some reason? Hey, there's Villager. Okay, maybe I didn't. I don't know if we ever did a raid. I played this Hardcore Seed in the reverse order. Which is usually, you would, like, rush at the beginning you'd basically speed run the game to go kill the Ender Dragon, right? Getting Elytra and, shulker boxes and stuff like that. And you would do all of that, before you invested a whole bunch of time in your creativity into your Hardcore Seed. I did it exactly the opposite. I went straight into, like, homesteading and being creative and, making things exactly the way that I wanted them and coming up with inventing new redstone devices and stuff like that the world had never seen. I did all of that before we considered going to the end or trying to beat the game at all. And in fact, we have not beaten the game, and that's why I don't have wings. We just haven't beaten the game. So that might be what we do today, because what else are we doing? In this world where it feels as though I've done everything already. But this is just one of our nether highways, our blue ice nether highways. I think this is blue ice. I think this is the real deal, not just ice. I think that's why it's so incredibly fast. But this is just one of them, and then, yeah, every 1,000 blocks or so, I made a, right, it was 100 in the nether, but 1,000, I don't know, every some number of blocks, I made a nether portal to come out and see what was in that area in the overworld. And to be honest with you, my overworld, this seed sucks. The amount of places I have been in this overworld without finding things of interest. Try and hit your friend. Okay. Let's see. Alright, I don't want to fuck around with them too much. Oh, right! This, okay. This, amazing. Just a couple of steps over in the nether. And this takes me to this thing that we made underground. This is our XP farm. This is our XP, our double XP farm. I have zombies. A zombie spawner is behind this wall, and a spider spawner is behind that wall. I had forgotten about this entirely. And I invented the world's best spider farm. Not poison spider farm. Everybody's fucking, if you go on YouTube and you're looking for like Minecraft spider farm, it's a poison spider farm design, and even the ones that they, sell for, see, look at this. Even the ones that they claim are for just regular spiders, it's just a poison spider farm. Maybe slightly modified. Nobody understands the rules of spider generation the way that I figured out the fucking rules of spider generation. And yeah, arachnicide. I have a special blade just for taking out the spiders. My spiders will generate infinitely. I can entity cram these spiders forever. There is no 24 spiders on top of one another limit here. I can cram them forever. If you wanted to lag a server to death, you build my spider server, or my spider farm, my spider XP farm, because if you just stand at it for like an hour, when you come back, your frame rate will have dropped by 50, 60 frames per second, depending on what you started at, kind of a thing. The spiders will just spawn infinitely and stack infinitely. There is no limit in this design, and that is what nobody else has managed to accomplish, but I have. And yeah, I've got it, you know. This is my special sword for killing spiders. Arachnicide, Bane of Arthropods 5, Sweeping Edge 3, Looting 3. We grab it, and we stand here, and I do that. And I stand here for a minute and let the items that they've just dropped fall through, because the items are being collected, picked up, and taken away. And then when I want my XP, I step forward. We've been here for like 2 minutes, and I just got that much XP at level 54. You saw how much the bar moved at level 50 goddamn 4? I'm telling you. Nobody has done this as well as I have done this. My humility is just... I have the most humility of anyone. I have the best humility. My humility is huge. This is the machinery that I invented and designed. You know, from other people's, like, it's not like I invented how redstone works, but nobody's done this the way that I've done this. Spider eyes end up in here, string ends up in here, and we split the string up so that some of it gets made into white wool. And so, yeah, string being turned into wool, but also string being saved at the same time. Then we can come over here with our old sharpness 5. I really should have a sword that's, what is it that you use on the undead? I mean, this works pretty good on zombies. But standing here and breaking, you know, hitting them a couple of times, and all of my armor, which all has mending on it.
Cheer 5, grab a pack of string for bundles.
Oh, yeah, hey, I mean... Alright. Grab a 64 stack. And then, so, when you kill zombies, zombies can drop a whole bunch of different stuff, including zombie flesh. And so... when you kill them, look, there's item hoppers underneath them, and all of that stuff is also getting, like, collected, and this is the armor and potatoes and carrots and chickens and feathers, because sometimes the zombies can't come on, you know, they're ridden on chickens, the baby zombies. Pumpkin seeds and iron, and this is all of the stuff that they can drop, and this is all the stuff that they have dropped while we were using this system. And the reason there's not just gobs and gobs of rotten flesh, because I take the rotten flesh and I stick it in the ender chest and I trade it with my necromancers or whatever they are. My potion sellers. But yeah, I've got an automated system for everything. And we can go back up here and look at the... This was very tricky. I remember this, like, a lot of problems with it. It broke a lot. You can step down here and see my dropper elevator and my redstone constructions and all that stuff. To separate... I think we just separate off the flesh from everything else. Yeah. Hey. Give me that. Yeah, okay. Before we leave, kill him. Get my XP. Up here. Give these guys one more hit. It's just a waste if I don't do this. That. Slaughterhouse 5 in my hand. And we've hit level 55. And then I will have picked up some things from the, yeah, I'm killing those guys. So, just do that. Leave you over there. Spider eyes. We're full on spider eyes. Yeah, we're full on spider eyes. I'll put you up there. The string maybe isn't getting through anymore because the spider eyes are backed up. That might be the case. You know, what are you gonna do? Anyway, this is part of our mine, actually. I remember this. This is more like lush biome stuff. Look at this. Lush caves. Look at this area. Yeah. I don't know, guys. This, you know, we have to kill the Ender Dragon. You go to the end. Do end cities. I have done end cities and end stuff maybe twice in my life. Maybe just once. And I'm terrified to go fight the Ender Dragon in hardcore mode. I mean, you know, Dragon Breath, even with all my armor and stuff like that, you know, it just you have to be really sloppy to get fucked by it. I acknowledge, but the threat of it is real. I mean, it can... Dragon Breath can, like, 3-hit you, even with all of this, probably. I don't know that for sure, but I know it has wrecked me in the past. We've got Protection 4, Blast Protection, Projectile Protection, and Protection 4, is how I spread that out. But I have been wrecked in, like, 2 hits with lesser armor. We also have Netherite we could be going for. Netherite... do armor. Smite is the enchant for killing the undead. Thank you, Kenneth. That's what I was trying to think of. I should have a Smite 5 sword. Would be a useful idea for the for killing a wither. We haven't done wither, you know. Basically, at this point, what we have left to do in this world is risk everything. This is not the way that I'm supposed to come down here. There is a way. There's a stairwell. Somewhere. Isn't there? Like when I drop down here, aren't I dropping down on a stairwell? So where the hell is it? Oh god, it's right here. And it's marked with a fucking... I'm like, I should mark it with something. It's marked! It's just, it's so tight to the wall, I guess. It's easy to miss. Yeah, there's a stairwell. So the reason we're coming down here... The reason I'm running through the nether this way is that I remember what's at the end of this. I'm just following my torches. Keep them on the right, and they'll get you there. Wow. That's a lot of Enderman. Just chilling. This isn't even your biome, guys. Jerk. I'm still afraid of Endermen too. Like they're nasty. It doesn't matter what level you are. They're nasty as hell. Wow, just 3 hits from this sword? For an Enderman? You kidding me? You can spend another 2 months searching for netherite. I mean, I know how to do it, so I think we could, you know, get a fair whack of netherite from netherite mining, you know, not necessarily bastions and stuff like that. That's some dangerous territory. That is also some dangerous territory we could try in the, you know, if I'm sitting here going, what's next? What's left to do? Then, yeah, I'm never gonna hit him this far away. I should just try and prevent him from wrecking my beautiful terrain by walking away. So, this leads to the stronghold. Yes. And right to the fucking end of things. And look, I even put all the... I opened it. Oh, and I took out the lava to be safe. It is time for a live stream break, too. But yeah, look at this. I made a... I think we came here via the overworld. We found it with pearls. And then when we got here, I, you know, figured out where I entered into the end from here. And then we went, you know, we reversed our path through the nether. But yeah, we've got access to the end. We've done everything that, in fact, like one of these might be, there was a library that I just completely emptied of every book. I'm pretty sure. I presume that, yeah, every single bookcase, every single book got emptied out of this library. That's why we have our library. And behind it were caves. This was a hell of a world, and you know, I'd never gotten so into redstone either until I started this hardcore seed. Shit. How do we exit? It's actually pretty easy, huh? Yeah, so the end is here. We've got a straight shot to the dragon if we wanted to fight it. And so that is like, these are the things that we could do at this point. I'm trying to think of like more creative, you know, options, instead of risking everything. But, really it's kind of just time to risk everything. Are you angry at me? You look like Jesus. You scared the hell out of me. You should be angry at me. Get angry at me. You know the things that I have done to you, to your people? You know how many of your eyes I was just looking at? That I ripped personally out of heads of your friends and relatives? Do you know? 2, 3. Wow. That's powerful. I mean, what do I even need pearls for? That's crazy. 3 hits from this sword for an Enderman. I wonder how many pearls I have, you know. And then there's some of you. Teleporting around the dragon towers. Yeah, that would... Pearls would help in the end fight. No, I don't like how that... the sound of my own running is kind of like... freaking me out. Quit spitting at me. It's a disgusting habit. Yeah, we definitely need a live stream break. So I'm heading back to home base. I missed the staircase. What's this? Is there anything I want to leave back here? No, it all comes with. I would want like god apples too. I'd want some notch apples, some gapples. If we were gonna go. Is that the farm? That must be the farm. That's not a real golden apple though. That's a golden apple I made, right? The ticking just stopped. No, it didn't. So yeah, the thing about this system, the way that the seeds are returned, they can be spit into the hoppers and then get recollected by the hoppers and then have to be spit back up and spit back up and spit back up until, you know, somebody comes along and collects absolutely every single seed. But it works. Boy, does it work. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Are you not a farmer? Aren't there supposed to be 3? There's one here and one there, and then you, sir. What are you... Why aren't you a farmer? Are you kidding me? So you're assigned to that one. There's 1, 2... Oh. Did you guys fuck? Is that a baby? I don't think there's supposed to be 3. I don't think there's supposed to be 3 of you in there. Which would actually mean that you'd be like... Yeah, I don't think there's supposed to be a 3rd guy in there. Huh. Well... I think that means that they'll be wasting some of my wheat on, like, feeding him. I could make him into a 3rd... You know, into another farmer, I guess. But then... Why would they produce a baby? If they don't have beds, then they wouldn't produce a baby. Yeah. 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 It's a bit of a tricky thing to just add one of these too, I think, isn't it? No, it isn't. I thought that there was a reason, like they're not supposed to... You don't want them being able to, like, make it to the hopper? Actually? Or... What? I don't know. I don't know, but there's a bunch of lazy bums walking around the city because there were too many. They were overproducing, you know, human beings here. Well, not human beings. Testificates. Yeah, we need a live stream break, he said. By the way, this rain pack, notice that we've got rain on the live stream. See how thin the rain is? How it's not, like, horrific. It's not corrupting our bit rate and everything like that. I made this rain pack. I adapted existing rain packs so that it would be this thin. So that when it rains, it'll look like this instead of what it usually looks like, which is a nightmare for a live stream's encoding. Yeah, at this point, like this world, what's left to do would be like organizing and stuff like that. You know, in terms of like, you know, fixing my systems, organizing the chests and stuff like that. A lot of boring stuff. Uh, but what's left to do that isn't boring is kill the dragon, go to the end. Maybe head to the nether and mine for netherite in hardcore mode and all that kind of thing. So yeah, those are the adventures that await us, I guess, if we're gonna start doing this again. Or we just start up a completely new hardcore mode seed because this is just done. We need a live stream break. So we're gonna have ourselves a live stream break. And I believe the way I've got this set up, I should be able to push Minecraft into the background. I can't. Oop, there we go. I was able to minimize it. Huzzah! So yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of music. It's an opportunity to grab a drink, grab a snack, take a pee, leave a poo, do what you got to do, and meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out.
Missionaries, yes, refineries and happy minds, setbacks, eradicate the love's game, efficiency. efficiency. You're already in the ponds. You're alright, you're alright, you're alright, you're alright.
twitch.tv/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn and youtube.com/RonanPawn. Let's not forget that. You're up here now. No, up here. And we're returning to Minecraft after quite a while away. And we just took a tour of my whole hardcore mode world. Everything that we've built, without dying, without any, we didn't like reload a save or anything like that. We have accomplished all of this from the 3D clay printer that I designed, not just made, but I designed it, to the cow separator, the multiple slavery-based farm system, and then the cactus farm, with the factory over there, and then over here we've got the kelp farm, and then the sugarcane farm. I don't like how close those are to one another, but it happened. The propane tank, the food truck. We literally have a food truck. The villager breeder. And then, the entire town, which got a pretty significant coat of paint. and a lighting system that is, I guess the lights are on because it's an overcast day. Yeah. But the lighting system actually turns itself on and off and stuff. We just reminisced. We went strolling through the world. And I think at this point it is time to seriously consider killing an Ender Dragon. Now, we should really think about it. We should really prepare for it. We should, not rush into anything. We should look at all of our resources and decide on how we're going to go about it. I would want to bring many, many arrows. Maybe even more than that. Don't necessarily need arrows of slowness, however. Yeah, like a stack and a half of arrows for shooting down towers and all that. Absolutely. I wouldn't need any phantom membranes where I'm going. What else am I carrying that I wouldn't need? We've got the string here, Germasian, just, and we've got the leather, so I could, for the sake of making one, just to have made one, here's how you make a bundle now in new Minecraft, and then here's how it works. If you had some phantom membranes, you could just left click, drop them in there, and then you've got this, and you write your middle scroll wheel over what you want, and the right click to remove it is at least how I've been using it. The raw salmon needs to go back to where the raw salmon goes. I wonder, actually, can I... That would be incredibly helpful if you could, pack your... No. Pack your arrows away into... It's one stack of arrows, so they've thought of all of the tricks. Let's put everything that I'm carrying that doesn't need to be in my inventory away in a place. Put these fish back where I expect them to be. Beds to blow up the dragon, says Germasian. That's probably the best way for me to go about it. I have done the speed run. I have an even better idea, now, today, than I did back in the day of how one would go about, or, when to hit the beds. I completely fluked, really, on the beds the first time that I got a Ender Dragon kill with beds. I didn't know, that how important it was that I was supposed to be aiming for, the head and timing my shots with the turning of the head. When the dragon switches from one direction to the other, the head goes across the space that you're gonna blow the bed up into. And there's two hitboxes if you got the hitboxes on. Only the small hitbox in the middle is the one that actually matters, or the one that you're aiming for to get the most effect out of it. I think I did a 6 or a 7 bed cycle on the Ender Dragon without having any idea how to do it. I had just seen other people do it, and, it came down, I started blowing up beds, and I knew the pattern, more or less that other people did it in, by the second count, by the feel of it. I didn't know what I was aiming for, and I 6 or 7 shot at the Ender Dragon by pure fluke. So now I understand what you're supposed to be doing, even. And that would probably help. That might help to know what the fuck you're supposed to be doing when you're doing it. Let's put these membranes away here. Blocks to build up to hit the towers. I would either water bucket, or I just wouldn't want to build up. The arrows are for being able to target them. If there's a particularly tall one, I also don't think that I would want to do half bow. Half bow is a technique where I think it's called half bow, where you go to the center and you set yourself up to be able to do the bed attack, right? The bed's cycle, the one cycle bed kill. But then you get on top of what you've started to build, the column in the middle where the dragon perches. You get on top of the perch and you build up a little bit, and you shoot down half of the beacons, half of the healers for the dragon from that height. and every time that the dragon spits at you, you jump up and place one. I understand the concept of that. I don't think I would want to do that. I think that's a little bit dangerous. I don't think I want to be putting myself in a place where I'm uncomfortable and I'm dealing with dragon's breath. But, as we're talking about dragon's breath, I think I'd like to collect some dragon's breath while I'm out there. Huh? Isn't there like an achievement for collecting dragon's breath? I fill every one of these goddamn bottles with dragon's breath. Potion of slow falling wouldn't hurt us. Right? I should be bringing some potions. Fire resistance is actually helpful if you're going to do the bed strat so that you don't catch on fire from the fires created by the exploding bed. Potion of regeneration. I could justify bringing, like, one of each of these, I think. Not you. One of those three. Feather falling boots, wearing them. Feather falling 4. So it is kind of redundant to have slow falling, but, you know. I'm pretty sure you would survive a 100 block drop. In slow falling plus... Well, but I don't have max protection for armor, but I would survive a pretty big drop, but, you know, might as well have. Regen 2 seems a little bit like, am I ever gonna hit it? I would more... Golden carrots... Why do people eat golden carrots? Do they give you something? They give you something that's like you can't see, right? Some kind of like your hunger replenishes or something like that for a little while, or what's the deal with golden carrots? I've never really understood. Like I said, I would want some god apples, but have we collected any, like... Uh-oh. That didn't sound good.
Cheer 5 invisibility.
For the Enderman, will Enderman not attack you if you've got invisibility? Because, yes. Like, I would just about wear a goddamn pumpkin on my head to avoid Enderman attacking me while I'm trying to fight the dragon. What? What does that mean? Negative 100% waypoint transmit range. What is that? Why is it telling me that? It makes me think that there's a bad component to this when I drink it. Like, did I find this somewhere and it's tainted and I should make my own, or is this just what they are, what they do, what they be? Hmm? That's what I want to know. I don't want to be carrying these pumpkins. I'm just, like, trying to think of what I might want.
Cheer 5
here.
adding Dragon's Breath to a splash potion creates a lingering potion. Area effect that lingers on the ground.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna scoop some of it up, definitely. I would want to, anyway. I would need, you know, blocks, just generally, like, disposable blocks. Dirt, I would think, would be fine for building. I'm just like, do I have gapples anywhere? Did I ever get any? Did I set them aside? I could also, for food, make Suspicious Stew. Full healing regen Suspicious Stews, which, unless something's changed, and it might have, what is the formula like? It used to be the yellow flowers would make the good Suspicious Stew. Did they change that? Because I swear I've seen some Minecraft videos where people are making Suspicious Stews with a different color of flour and getting that effect. And I was like, did they change that, or is that just like on this server that you're playing on, or what the fuck am I seeing here? Okay, I got Fortune 3, Silk Touch, and there's Lady Pawn, my hoe. Oh, fandom.com. I don't know if I, they're all the same, but I think there's another site that I preferred over Fandom. Let's see. Ah, maybe not. This looks familiar. What? I'm an adult. Fuck off. That'd be funny. Are you an adult or a child? And the button is like, hi, mister. And then the other one's, fuck off. Quit asking me about my fucking cookies. Prick. So it was always just yellow flowers. Yeah, regeneration. And oxeye daisies. Yeah. Okay. I swear I was watching somebody else and they were saying oxeye daisy, but the flower they were picking up was not a yellow flower, and so maybe it was just like their texture pack. But that's how I understand it. Yeah. So that's an option. Like, do I want to do that? Do I want to, like, take my dandelion... Wait. Dandelions aren't oxeye daisies. This is what we used to use to make Suspicious Stew, was the dandelions. Hang on here, buddy. What do dandelions do? Saturation. Fuck off. Do they think that like all that does is the ad blocker gets better and blocks you more, and then you come up with a way to try and force it through again, and then they like, just fucking stop. Just like, the people who install ad blockers don't want ads, okay? Oh, but it helps us fund our... I don't care how you're funding it. All right? It's not my quarter of a fucking, millionth of a penny from your fucking ad revenue from AdSense. And I'm not interested in supporting it anyway. I'm not interested in facilitating this world in which everything is like, oh, if I make a millicent off of every click, fuck you, fuck the system, figure out a better way to fund your shit. Saturation or regeneration is an instant status effect that reduces the need for eating. It also prevents death by hunger if the player has no food. Instantly replenishes 1 level and 2 level points of saturation. We would make Suspicious Stews out of the yellow flowers, and then you would eat them, and they would just instantly replenish you, basically. Almost entirely, it was like six hearts across the course of a second. What's regeneration? Restores a player or mob's health over time without interference from hunger. How long? 0.4 per second. So this is a slow burn kind of a thing, whereas saturation is the guy. And you can do it with blue orchids or dandelions. I should test it anyway. Oh, I had two chromiums up. I don't know which one you guys were seeing. I also don't know why did we just get that? Something didn't work. I'm looking at the error log. Key error. I don't know. I mean, it restarted and reconnected fine. I can't tell what caused that error or why it would have happened. It attempted to commit to the database and it failed for a kind of just non-specific reason. Wonderful. Let's test this. Let's be sure that it is what I think it is. So one of you, and then one of you, and a bowl, and then suspicious stew, like that. And I have to wait until I actually need to eat. But we'll give that a test when it comes along. Beds, we said. And I saw that I have a bed somewhere in here. I mean, I've got a bunch of white wool as well right here. So, well, 3, 6, that's 6 beds, plus this one is 7. If I can't 8 bed it, then we got a problem. Well, actually, boom, boom, I got one. Okay, I'd already picked up some of them. So there's that. 3... And then we would want, that's 3 more, 4 more, 5 more. See if there's any more beds just lying around in here. It's a little bit of everything, everywhere. Okay. I feel like there's something in this box that's important that I should be using. What was that? That sound, that bloop that we just heard. Did you hear that? And where's that light coming from? From in there. Ah. Can I do that? You can't. Can I do that? Is there anything that would fucking fit in the... No, there's... Nothing is convenient. I need a shulker box already, basically. Kenneth says, I think you lost Twitch. Oh. You're right. I don't see my stream live on Twitch anymore, only on YouTube. So that's what caused it. This is my first time seeing if I'm able to, like, reconnect. Well, I'm live. Start streaming. There we go. Twitch crashed, super chatted. Melis Vids, $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Melis Vids. I think I just got Twitch back online. Twitch looks like it has come back to life. And so that's probably the error, the weird error, that caused everything to fall apart a little bit earlier. Melis Vids, thank you so much. $10 super chat. I think it's only the second, super chat in the history of the channel. There's so few people watching on YouTube on a regular basis that everything comes in through Twitch. Thank you, Melis Vids. Alright. You go back over... You go back over there. I'm shifting everything around on every different screen right now, trying to make everything work. Okay. We're live. Everywhere. All of the time. See me shower. Watch me brush my teeth. Watch me eat sleep. Which is just a channel on Twitch, I think, right? You can just watch people sleep on Twitch. Okay. So, I'm not seeing any god apples, which is disappointing. Anything special in here? Crossbow. I mean... having a crossbow that has, multi-shot might be helpful for shooting the towers down. Not really. Only the one in the middle is going to do anything. All the others are going to be so far away, unless you just happen to be, one of them. One of the other towers gets hit by the one. Well, what are the odds? So I think I stick with the Zippo. Zippo's probably the way to go. I am kind of curious just to see if I were to try and enchant you. Quick charge 1. Oh, fucking thank you. Oh, God. Oh. All for me? No, I think we're fine with our, with the bow that's just disappeared. Where's my bow? Am I blind? What? Did I throw it? Where's Zippo? Oh, there it is. Okay, I guess I put it... Did I... What? Where else can I check, chests to see if I've got extra resources? I mean, we had a little bit of weird stuff in the basement. There was a gold apple here, but it wasn't a god gold apple, right? Aren't true golden apples, aren't they, in blue or something like that, the text? So that's a fake-ass golden apple. I want my hunger to get lower than that. Is there anything down here? There was down by the nether portal. There might have been a chest. Okay. Good to know that invisibility is invisibility. Oh, I've also got a nether helmet for not being fucked with by piglins. So that's cool to know. Yeah, I do want to over-prepare. We have literally 220 hours in-game, into this. So I'm going to basically avoid doing it for as long as I possibly can. By over-preparing and double-checking and everything else. You shouldn't have come up this way. But I'm pretty good at navigating my own elevators, so I guess we're fine. Wait, no. It was... I did want to be in the library. I was going to drop this lapis off. Basement lapis comes up. Don't need to be carrying emerald currency with me. Can drop that off somewhere, and I guess that would be over in the factory. And then, suspicious stews are just not very convenient. They don't stack the way that, steak does. So I think steak might be the way to go there. We do have chests over here. I guess I could look and see if there's anything special. It's another golden apple, but it's another fake-ass golden apple. I also have weakness I could splash on probably myself accidentally and get fucked. These are drinking potions, which will just leave me with more bottles to fill with dragon breath. Ditch iron and wool? I could, yeah, I don't need the iron. The wool is for making beds. For bedding the dragon. But I definitely don't need the iron. Okay, here we go. We are now, like, really quite hungry. So, this was made with dandelion. See that? That's what I'm talking about. That's fucking healing right there, my friend. I would kill you, but there are other people around. Yeah, you should probably walk away. It's tempting the dragon, and I'm the dragon. Until I go to meet the dragon, in which case the dragon's the dragon. I don't need this bundle. I mean, I guess in theory, but it's very in theory. I don't know, the fact that suspicious stews don't stack, it's a big problem for us right now in, like, inventory. Oh, wait, no, I didn't want this. Inventory management, so I don't know if it's really a doable. What is this music? Very, very church bell. I definitely get it. I don't know that I like it, but I get it. Yeah, I'm left with an empty bowl. You know, just having a big old stack of steak seems like the way to go, to me, just for inventory's sake. Definitely want the water bucket on my hotbar. I kind of never go anywhere without torches, but we don't need them. I could actually, theoretically, leave all that behind. I mean, maybe bring some wood. But the coal and the sticks and all of it, if we really want our inventory space back. I could put the coal away. I think here. And the sticks could just go back downstairs. Just kind of wherever. Having wood is, you know, important. We also do need to make more beds, so I'm talking like 7, right? I said 7? I can fit them all right there. So let's actually just make them. Oh, I said 8? Okay. No, I can, I think there might be a... Ooh. Bringing all of these tools is also... Like, I don't need Lady Pawn with me. For this particular fight. I think I could leave her here. The others maybe I hang on to. Is there a problem with having beds of different color? I don't actually know how to do the thing where you... Oh, you middle click. Yeah, you middle click. I don't want to risk it on beds of different colors. You middle click in order to select the, select the same thing that you've placed into your hand. So if I had one of these, and I placed it here, I can do this, and grab another one, and then grab another one. And so that's how you can just keep pulling another one into your hand without having to have a million of them on the hotbar. Is place it and then middle click in order to grab the next one. Which I have no experience doing that, so I'm sure it will be fine. Having a boat on us is not, strictly speaking, necessary for the end dragon fight. We have the water bucket for MLG type stuff if it were needed. I think, having a boat on you is a good idea. Having the ender pearls for, pearling in to kill the dragon would just bring in all my tools because we're bringing them all. Let's have more steak. Not really justifiably, but let's have it anyway. See how easy it is? And that's a 64 stack, and there's actually an overflow of steak. Now, put the leather away. And then let's breed the next generation. So that they're here waiting for me. The way this works is there's a little bit of redstone. There's like 4 pieces of redstone or something, maybe 6. This is so simple and, smart. Okay. Now we turn around. And there's the next generation of food. Blocks, wood, shield. I've heard that it's harder to place beds with the shield and stuff like that. I'm not going without a shield, I wouldn't think. I'm most intimidated by my inventory, I suppose. We don't need torches, right? We do not need torches in the end.
Cheer 5 tool top off, armor top off.
Armor's fine, mending wise. The tools are they're diamond and they're all unbreaking 3. I mean, in terms of like ways to stretch this out so that I feel better, or I don't have to actually do it. These are good ideas, Jermaine. These are very good ideas. And then that would go down there, and I think this is the kit. I think this is the loadout. I've got 8 beds. Might as well like organize it like that. I've got 8 beds. I got some wood. Let's have a stack of wood. Almost an entire stack of wood anyway. What kind of wood is this? Dark oak. There you go. I've got invisibility, which I will drink just in the hopes that having invisibility, I mean, maybe the dragon won't be able to shoot at me, right? Because it won't know where I am, even though I'm like shooting down its towers. It'll want to spit me, but it can't. So maybe I hold off on the invisibility until I get at least 1 spit so that I can scoop up the dragon's breath.
Cheer 100 those who are about to die, salute you.
We salute you. The bundle, I don't really need to be here, but we've got excess room at this point, so... If we've got excess room, then, let's have the flowers. Let's have that dandelion stew. Am I crazy? I had 20-some dandelions. There were 20-some dandelions here. What did I do? Ah, maybe they're in here? There it is, 25, okay. Yeah, let's have some, if we've got extra slots, maybe just 2 bowls of stew. I don't know if these stews are the correct kinds of stew. I'm not taking chances. Fuck, I don't have the red mushrooms for it. I can grow a big red mushroom if I've got the right thing. What kind of block is it that mushrooms grow on? Let's sleep the night away. Mycelium. That's it. Podzol? Was it Podzol? I feel like it's mycelium, and I feel like I've got some Podzol. Okay. I feel like I've got some out here somewhere. Brown mushrooms. We were in a biome that produced those mushrooms. Produced giant mushrooms and stuff like that. I believe we were. Like way out back here, though. I remember some things. Mycelium and Podzol both work. Okay. There's a lot of... It's brown mushroom, though. I wouldn't recognize Mycelium from Podzol and Podzol from Mycelium. Anyway, is this Podzol? F7. This is Podzol. Okay. Then we can head back toward base. Yeah, tons of mushrooms growing here, but I'm thinking of, you know, the type of block where when you bone meal it, it turns into a giant shroom. And we don't want to lose any. So here seems like a reasonable place. Put you there. Stand below. Hey, it does work. Okay. Now this might take a while with this axe. I could have done that a lot better to emphasize how little time it takes. With any axe, really. I saw like a white chunk that I picked up there. Oh, this is silk. This is silk. So that's... that didn't help. This is silk. Do I not have a regular axe? Make one big bowl of stew, I'll tell you that. What are you? You're silk as well. Alright, Fortune 3 shovel. We'll shovel then. Interesting how the texture, you know, occurs on the side where you removed. That's a pretty interesting, unique block type they've got here, huh? The interior texture occurs as a stain. Two suspicious stews, please. Will I not be able to fit them? I don't have the... Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, I changed the key for that to R. I didn't bring both yellow flowers? What the hell?
Cheer 5, shove it your sack.
Yeah. Yeah, that did just help. These sacks are less useful than they would like you to believe, huh? There you go. Put that back. You can go in there. And the mushroom stem, that was the white bit. Aha. I was like, what the hell was that white? I saw a white bit. Well, maybe I'm just insane. Did I get any? Didn't get any. Okay. Oh. Is that all the stuff? The dirt goes like there. No, we said there and like there probably. For the fight. The fight's going down. This is kind of my change it up slot. I'm gonna save the invisibility. Let's do like this. It's not what I meant. Have those available. Having a few empty slots is not a bad idea. Could bring our guard dog. Man. Definitely feels stressful. Just even considering this. Even considering doing what we're gonna do. In our hardcore seed. It's gotta be done. Gotta beat the game at some point. I think it's, I think the point is now. I think the time is here. The place is you. Bring a chest, asked Tremacian. What if I brought my ender chest? What if I emptied my ender chest of bullshit? And then I brought my ender chest. I don't really want to fuck with that. Don't necessarily need to fuck with that either. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to bring the ender chest. And this is silk. Oh, in fact, I named it Chest Stroke. because it's mainly for breaking the ender chest. Now I have the ender chest. Gives me a little bit more space. I don't necessarily, intend to, like, beat the dragon and then go into the end immediately. I want to beat the dragon, I guess collect my XP, celebrate, and then be equally terrified of going into the end. That's going to be the case. Oh. I think now's the time. We sleep through one more day. We live one more day in this world that we created. Knowing that we may now leave it. Look at the roof that I put on that library. Huh? It's got a glass, it's got its... And then with did I put that there? Was that... I don't know. Everything we did. Tomorrow would be a good day to die. People don't usually say, tomorrow would be a good day to die. So that's a lot less badass. Today would be a very inconvenient day to die.
Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
I just have a lot going on right now. Tomorrow, however, schedule completely wide open. Tomorrow would be a good day to die. Hang on. Got apples? No. But I might need a war horn. I might need to blow a war horn. Which one? Yeah, I think that's appropriate. We're going to fight the Ender Dragon. We're gonna need one of those. Me. If that like has some actual effect in the game. I mean, Minecraft's weird. There's so much shit going on in here, I can believe it. Imagine like I do the ponder thing and then I blow my horn and in the end during the dragon fight and like a second dragon appears or something like that. It's like, you have unlocked. No, I didn't mean to. Tomorrow will be a good day to die. Okay. I don't want anybody finding my treasure if I never return. You know, at least I don't want, like, for a couple hundred years. Archaeologists can figure it out. Or more realistically, an electrician who will look at my redstone and circuit and be like, oh, what does this do? I'm heading to the end. Save a copy? I mean, I have the copy that, existed before, that exists before I made it 1.2 1.11, before today, before we did anything. That exists, and I've got, just in general, my hard drives backed up and stuff like that, so there are copies. Copies definitely exist. Without me having to really do anything. Ah! I turned, though. That was a good test of my reflex time. I had my shield blocking. It's just that I'm faster than Minecraft.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done.
That's strange. Is that a thing that, that those guys do? Holy fuck. Big ol' fucking hole. Jesus. On our way to the end fight, I fell in a hole. And that was the end of me. What? How close were we to the end of me? Jesus. Maybe I should have this one on the hotbar. I've never seen that before. I'm not really familiar with those skeletons. I know that they're a certain type of skeleton. Why doesn't this go out? These are all bad omens. is what they are. And also I should not leave this as a death pit. Although it still is kind of a death pit, as it's one layer. It's literally one layer, and then... But apparently it was before, so... What can you do? Excuse me, gentlemen. Just marching to my death. Or the Ender Dragons. One of us is going down. Psychologically prepare. God apple? God apple? God apple? God apple? God apple? God apple? Alright. So how's this gonna go? What am I gonna do? 8 minutes, 4, 22 seconds. That's a weird one, so we don't even pop that one, really.
Share 104. Frodo.
For Frodo, Wondermacian said. You got this, surely, says Mephistopheles, right? I'm like way OP for this fight. Look at me. You know? If this were netherite armor, it would just be more durable. It wouldn't increase my armor, right? Wouldn't actually increase my defensiveness. Kills Ender Dragon, dies to status effect after. It would be too anticlimactic for me to show up and have you die immediately. Before we hit the potion of invisibility, yeah. And then the slow falling should be like the last thing I drink, I guess. And then regeneration, I'm not going to think to even reach for that once I'm in there. But, you know. Okay. I just went to hit F5 for safety KSP rules. F5 for safety. Here we go. Ah! It's generating. I'm coming for you. Actually. Okay. We're okay. We're all right. I'm up here. Plan number 1 was get some fire breath. Get some dragon's breath. Wow, look at how cool the end looks in this pack. It's awesome. Aha. Good. Dragon breath. I don't have any pockets for it. Well. Okay, that's another one coming. Let's drink some potions. Invis. Fire. Slow fall. Okay. Let's focus on the towers. Looks like she can still aim at me. Even though I'm invisibled. Yeah, she's still targeting me. When you blow these things up, that's what happens. She shoots at you. Oh yeah, slow fall. Weirdness. I don't have experience doing this. That's a hard one to hit. Oh, I'm supposed to... I didn't bring Obby for the bed strats. We can't do bed strats. Yes, we can. I can just take a Obby from here, actually. Yeah. Okay, now what if you stopped? It's like this. And then she's shooting again. Like that. She's coming in right now. Oh god. I don't know what to do about this. No, we're dead. Oh, well, that was a bad idea. That's our hardcore seed. It's kind of, you know, how I saw it going. That was, you know, that's how I saw it going. Enderman sees me. Invisibility apparently doesn't matter to Enderman. Doesn't matter to the dragon either. And, you know, didn't have the boat on the hotbar. I'm not in any sort of speedrunnery form like I might have been previously. And I remember this being like a problem as well in the past version of Minecraft, where when you do the observe world, it just doesn't work for some reason. I did have a workaround for it. I can't remember what it was. Reload the save. It's gone. It's you know, what are you gonna do? There's some way to like force the chunks to load even though you're in like this weird mode. Very anticlimactic, Mephistopheles. Your fault entirely. Let's see if coming back in from hardcore with turnips causes something to load. We got a chunk. That's one chunk of the world, so we can't even visit our beautiful, beautiful world anymore. Obviously, you know, I've got the world. I've got saves of it. But, you know, that's exactly why we didn't. Why we didn't go after the Ender Dragon for 200 and some hours was because I figured that that's how it would go. I have beat the Ender Dragon without armor, you know, in speed runs and stuff like that. But, it's been... I have officially like 10 hours of play in the last year and a half since whenever it was last that we did hardcore Minecraft. I stopped playing the game. I put in 9 hours on my own in the last 2 days, and then we loaded this up. I was definitely not ready for the Ender Dragon fight. Although, I feel like, you know, the Ender Dragon is a pushover. The Ender Dragon isn't the problem. The Ender Dragon is never the problem. It's the fucking Enderman. It's always the Enderman. You know, you're trying to manage your hotbar and get your tools and stuff like that, and she keeps spitting at you, and you gotta keep moving, and, you know, I chug an invisibility potion, and that it doesn't matter. They can still see you looking at them somehow, even though you're invisible underneath the armor. They can pick out your pupils. I said before we went there that I'm just about ready to put a pumpkin on my head instead of the diamond armor for how much I'm worried about the the Enderman. That's what the water can help with. Yeah, that's the other way that I could have gone. You splash them with the water, but that isn't like, that just gets them off of you for a second. They keep coming back. You gotta get the boat out, you gotta boat them, and you gotta kill them. The water just makes them teleport away a little bit, and then they come back and, you know, keep harassing you. But, yeah, in that moment, would have been better to just hit them with the water, get a little bit of, you know, space, a little bit of time. The fact that I had feather falling on actually was also a hindrance to have feather falling, because I couldn't run as fast. I couldn't jump and run the way that you need to in order to, you know, keep pace with an Enderman. So, all of the, like, safety tools that I've never really pulled out before to try and help were hindrances. You think about it, invisibility, I figured it's gotta do something, right? Okay, it doesn't work against the dragon because the dragon's the end boss, but surely you make a potion of invisibility and Enderman can't see you seeing it anymore. Surely. No, that's not how that works. Endermen still see you seeing them. So it's not like I was relying on it, but maybe it gave me a little bit of confidence that I might have been a little bit more hesitant. I don't think so. I think I was, I think I was the proper amount of hesitant and terrified. But yeah, so the potions were actually, you know, against me. Really the only one that, that was of benefit, or that would have been of benefit in theory, would have been the fire res, you know, which is basically it. That's what it always is. The fire res is the only potion that anybody ever really uses, except for on like a PvP server kind of a thing. That would have been helpful for when you start blowing stuff up, you start hitting those end beds, to make sure that you're not catching on fire as well. But all that armor, all that health, and it still couldn't save me from one Enderman. One Enderman in a stressful situation where I was trying to think of, you know, like 15 different things. I don't want to say a dozen undercuts it. In my head, trying to prepare for and psychologically be ready for 15 different things in a game that I haven't played in a year and a half. And that's how our creative seed, 200 and some hours in, died. 221 hours in. That's how it died. The end looked awesome. This pack, the way that it makes the end look, is beautiful. So let's do an RSG speed run in 1.21.11. Nobody does anything in 1.21.11. Because it sucks, but, you know. RSG 2026, I want to kill an Ender Dragon today. It's kind of, you know, beautiful, because that world kind of ended where it really feels like it should have ended. I can't much imagine where else I would have taken that world, what else I wanted to do in it, you know? Like I say, I don't do the end stuff. I haven't, anyway, in the past. Like this, and then what do you do? Do one of these, and then one of those. No, you don't, because you don't need that. You just go down and get your stone, and you make all your tools from stone. If you're gonna do it without even looking for, you know... I mean, it looks like we're just in a forest, so... like that. Give me those two, and then you, in one of these. And so I like UN4 and UN3 and UN2. And it'd be nice to be able to light you on fire, but I'd need some gravel. And like I say, it doesn't look... There's not even water nearby, so I'll take the raw meat. Need some food for the run. I haven't speedrunned. I don't know, 2023? 2022? In this version of Minecraft, you have fallen trees. Yeah. Isn't that nice? I've noticed that. Oh, there is a little bit of water here. I thought it was much further away. I would have, like, come here and gotten this gravel. And, oh, well, I would need a flint and steel anyway. So, not much of a helper there. Also, playing in shaders isn't going to help me being able to see if there's, like, a sunken ship somewhere.
All hail the great mustache. It is a keeper.
Thank you, Tramelin Twice. And thank you for the 32 months of subscriptions here on Twitch. Did you get to see us die to the Ender Dragon on the 200 and something long, 260 hour hardcore seed? Hi, how you doing? So I need iron. Oh, hello. I found, I just wandered into, okay. Not much of anything here. This saves me the iron that I was looking for. Sure, a mending sword, lodestones. I don't, is that, can I charge a lodestone? And I can't complete this thing here, but if I had a bucket, how much iron did I get? All of 1 ingot's worth. Hooray. Okay, well, when we get into the nether, piglins are gonna love me. Sure did, if I remember correctly, that is Tramelin. Hey, don't distract me, Tramelin. It's your fault. You did that, not me. Yeah, it's kind of poetic, it's kind of beautiful, it feels kind of right. It didn't feel like that seed wanted anything more than it had there, you know? It feels like I would rather start something brand new. And obviously I've still got the save files and everything like that, but we had our, you know, 200 and some hours, 37 total live streams in that world. Together, we shared those times, we lived that life. Seems like it's, that should be the end of it. Oh, in this version of Minecraft, I'm still, like, kind of in a 1:16 kind of headspace. The water is where you want to go for iron, when you're near the surface, and you want doors for breathing underwater. Also just need more wood in general, if I'm heading into the nether. I would like to just have one type of wood, if I could. But yeah, I would say just sort of getting back into Minecraft a little bit leaves me in a place where I feel like I do want to make those videos that I really should have made back in the day at some point. But, I mean, the problem was my health. It wasn't like, I'm lazy. Yeah, let's just put you there, and then you there. Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. Ha, ha. if we're gonna cook iron in a speed run, then, oh, hey, there's more up here. And there's still more on the floor. There you go. Got to a place where I can breathe. Damn, it keeps going. No. No, though. What if no? Have you considered no? I don't need to be going into underground caves. Torch really works underwater? Sure does. It's honestly very fair. I'm kind of sincere about that. Look at how much iron's down there. Kind of sincere about that because these shaders are such, you're at a detriment in so many other ways and in situations and stuff like that, that it's like, it's only fair, really. That you get that back a little bit. How many's out? Enough. Only for that they counterbalance the detriment. You. And, you know, I used to be able to swing my mouse pretty fast. To do some of this crafting. Not anything like real speedrunners of this game, but I used both of them. I used both. All right, 1, 2, 3. And while I'm waiting, I could probably make another. And cook my food. Not exactly how many it takes, but it takes some. Need a bucket. Real speedrunners use shears and then they get leaves. It's just a quick way of getting a lot of blocks. I ain't doing that. Oh, hey. Cook that. Cook that. Burn it, anyway. Like that. And, the bucket. I mean, the iron pickaxe for gold. In the nether. Well, oh, I need sticks. Like, why? What? Sorry? Who? Somebody? Iron pickaxe. Is there something else that's truly necessary here? We've already got the flint and steel. Now I've got food. So that's the bottom of one. There's some clever ways to cleverly clever that I don't know what they are. If I put one there, listen, if I just put one like there, and then I grab you, and then I put lava, or I put that where that is, and then I put this here, and do that, so there's a hole, then I can grab the water and be like, okay, and we've made some progress. And then, okay, I see where I would have to do that. Yeah. And then for you, no, actually. Put you there. Like that. We're getting there. I'm gonna get attacked by mobs. Now that it's the night. Please don't follow me into the lava because I suck. Okay, I can reach there. But I don't know if I'll be able to from here. Well, then do it there. But then what are you going to attach it to? Good question. Uh-oh. Yeah. And need a place that I can put it. Are you just flowing? Okay. Okay, I can't reach it. Oh, no. Okay, it didn't destroy the water. Or, I mean, it didn't destroy the lava. 3, and then... give me these. What do you mean this isn't a speed run? What are you talking about? I do like that, and I put one there, and then I will need... I need more gravity-defying blocks. Boom. Nailed it. And a clean 14-minute entrance into the Nether. What more could you ask for? Oh, good, the best biome. The best biome you can possibly enter the Nether with. Also, I should have brought, yeah, I should have brought lava. Stop it. I need, like, blocks. And apparently they're wood. I swear there's video, you can go watch me, like, speedrun in Minecraft, and I didn't entirely suck at one point. I did it in an hour. My best time. So... if we put our FOV down to low, and we look at the number of entities, I don't know, it says entities rendered 0 of 104, monsters 70, creatures 33. Is this not giving me the usual thing? This isn't giving me the numbers that I need. Yeah. Entities rendered. Let's go to mods. Better F3. Write modules. And then what do we got here? Minecraft FPS location separator. Graphics. Entities. Name value. Add module. Entities. Entities? Oh. Is this how I do it? Entities? Okay. Did we add one? This is a heck of a thing you've got here. Module name, entities, right? And then, yes, that's what I want. Save and quit, I guess, but it's supposed to be added to the right side and nothing actually added to the right side. Maybe because we've already got it? What if I edit this module? Particles, ambient, This mod makes everything a lot more legible. But, oh my god. Okay. What? I still don't see any numbers changing. You know, the normal F3 menu has an E value, and you can just look and see how many are being rendered in front of you. And this is not providing that. Mods, better F3, write modules. Okay, the things were being added to the bottom. Well, looks like we can't do that trick. Wait, no, entities, yes. Ambient, no. Could have used the one piece of obsidian from the chest. I had obsidian. I've got one piece of obsidian. The top, I shouldn't have used it on the top. I should have used it on the hard part, which was the bottom. But yeah. Options back to 80. I like 80. F7. So we got to do this the hard way. So F7, which way is positive? Positive that way. Positive that way. So this is positive, positive. That's not easy to get to. Does the terrain work in any direction? Whichever direction the terrain works, that's the way I gotta go. I wonder if I could just turn off better F3 and get the regular one back. I doubt I can.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
I'm gonna run out of blocks here immediately, too. Let me know if you see a bastion, you see a fortress, you see anything. Damn it. Double damn it. You get really comfortable with nether...
Cheer 10 Houston, is that you?
Who did that? Oh, I'm in the Houston voice? Aha, thank you. That's what you meant, do you copy? Like, do you copy? Do I copy what? Who am I copying? What do you mean? I don't copy anybody. I'm a unique, original individual. I'm one of a kind, like everybody else. I don't copy, you copy. Do you copy? Stop fucking placing my goddamn torches. I'm just wasting. You get used to nether traveling by doing it, and this is still the worst you know, biome to travel through. But I haven't done it at all in quite a while, so... Hey, buddy, how you doing? You like my shoes? He loves my shoes. I'm wearing gold shoes. How am I gonna get anywhere? Wow! How am I gonna get anywhere? Just start mining blocks. For the nerd pole up, I think is what we're aiming for here. Direction we're steering. Did I see some gold? And there's no piglins around because they're all terrified of the zombie piglins? So you might be familiar with speedrunning Minecraft in 1.16.1, where trading with piglins gets you ender pearls at a rate that is very fast and very, you know, useful. This is 1.2111, where that is entirely not the case. 100,000% not the case. I was thinking nerd pole up, but where do you even nerd pole up? You know? Where would you even, like, how many, the number of blocks I would need, it's more than 33. It's definitely more than 33. And then he starts doing it anyway. I paste, says Trammelin twice. Yeah. See, I don't copy. I duplicate. I iterate on working formulas in order to improve, adding my own unique and therefore copyrightable intellectual property to them. That's what I do. Or what you do. Look at this. Huh? I grabbed the red mushrooms down there, thinking in the back of my head, maybe we'll see the other mushroom. And we got it, and so now we can make stew in the nether. And I've made it to a place where travel is semi-possible, maybe. I'm looking in the top left corner. That's, you know, a good way of sort of zooming. Is looking toward the edges of the screen due to the lensing effect. You can kind of make things bigger, things in the distance. I definitely don't want to move back into this biome here, but I also didn't see like a way forward up there. Maybe I was just blind. Hey, big old hole in the ground. Over here we can at least cross. And we're starving to death. You getting him? Okay, looks like I'm surrounded by friends. This would probably be my best bet for getting gold. In the nether for trading with piglins, is to just be collecting it as opposed to trying to get it from the bastions, which is even worse. Like, you know, trying to get enough gold from the bastions in order to do a speed run, you can trade, you know, every block of gold and end up walking away with like 12 pearls, which is what you need. But that's after blocks of gold, after like 60, 70, 80 trades of gold in these modern versions. What am I looking at directly ahead of me? That right there. Is that Bastion? No. I mean, it's supposed to be very cube-like and everything. Like, I know what it looks like, but it's just, when I'm seeing these, like, grays off in the distance, little shiny points and stuff, it's making me think, oh, the rest of it is dark, but those are the shiny bits, but no. Yeah, this is gonna be... it would 3 more hours. There are countless of times I say something and then ask myself later, wait, did I hear that before or was it actually original? 99% it is the former and the rest is unconfirmed. Was that me? Was that my idea? That was me, right? Did I come up with that joke? That was... or did I change two words around in something that I liked that Bill Hicks once said, or Bill Burr, or just somebody named Bill or William? Man, I don't follow anything, right? News-wise, and especially like fucking pop culture, media, entertainment, celebrity, whatever, you know, noise. I don't, none of that for me, thanks. But I am still nonetheless aware, mainly through Lady Pawn, just seeing stuff that comes up like in her feed on YouTube. I don't have any wood. I was gonna make a shield, but I used all my wood traveling to get here. So now I need like nether trees, mushroom trees. I have seen through her feed that, like, there's Bill Burr, that apparently a large portion of the world is either turned on him, or there's just, you know, money in bullshit controversy on YouTube. And when you say, Bill Burr is being canceled, then people will click on it. Because, you know... people like Bill Burr, and then they're like, what? Why? What'd he do? You know, that kind of a thing. Controversy. So either it's just like shit stirrers stirring shit, or there's something to it, but well, there's trees, right? Are those trees? We gotta head that way, definitely. But you know, it's so prolific that I've heard of it, and that's a sign. If I've heard of it, Mr. Leave me out of it, I don't want to know nothing about it, then people are saying stuff. Anybody know anything about that? Like, what's it about? What's it with Bill Burr? I know a little bit about it. I believe that at least some of it basically comes down to that he did a certain comedy show, I think in like Riyadh or something like that, something in the Middle East, and something in a country where there's still a lot of human rights violations, generally speaking, where there's not a lot of freedom of speech and stuff like that, and invited by basically the nation's princes to perform. I saw trees, right? and then I crossed, and shit, where were those trees, though? Here they are. And him and some other comics went and did the gig, and now, that is at least a portion of the controversy. I don't know if there's more to it than that, if there's other angles, there's other aspects to it, but it's apparently some portion of it is he did a show in a place where the things he was allowed to say as a comedian are things that other people get beheaded for, or something like that, which may or may not be as, you know, accurate. I'm reiterating things that I'm vaguely aware of. So, can I make a shield out of this wood is a good question. Or, yes, I can make a shield. F. And as long as I'm here, turn my gold into gold. And, might as well take down a good chunk of this tree for blocks. Type of wood that doesn't burn, because it's not really wood. But, you know, the idea of not being associated with certain people and certain, you know, that kind of thing. When I see Elon Musk showing up at the fucking World Cup soccer match and, you know, sitting down with the little literal princes side by side kind of thing. This is a man amongst his peers, and his peers are, you know, despots and shit like that. They've all got the same amounts of money because, you know, they're equally levels of evil. I mean, not equally, but you don't end up in that company by accident. Now, when a comic, you know, gets a call and for a good paying gig somewhere and says, yeah, okay, like, there's definitely some considerations to be made about who and what for and where, but it's a fairly different scenario than, you know, billionaires sitting side by side with other billionaires whose billions come from the oppression of people, right? Because they're all kind of in the same club there. That's just, they're all friends for a reason. I'm a little bit worried about this Enderman pushing me off. Like walking into me. Yeah, like this. Precisely like this. You prick. I was recently killed by an Enderman, actually. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with the tale of my woe. But whoa, my tale. I recently lost everything to an Enderman. He sent me an email telling me he was a Nigerian prince, and it just sounded so, like, on the up and up, and transferred him everything. But yeah, without knowing the full gravity of the situation, I can't intelligently comment on what happened with Bill Burr, but then it just smells of the kind of thing that no one can intelligently comment on, because I don't think it's an intelligent thing that's going on. I think it's one of those. One of the pearl clutching, like, and it's not like fake pearl clutching, like probably no one was really there in the first place. Like, not a lot of people were there in the first place. It wasn't a popular. But then, you know, it's an industry. Like, the industry of drama on the internet, social media, YouTube, like, the whole fucking deal is to to, you know, grasp people's attention by force. And the easiest way to do so is to take a name that they already know or recognize, whether it's a piece of media or a human being, or, you know, it's just, you gotta, like, first off, it's gotta have, like, search relevance. You know, it's already gotta have a good Google queue, you know, kind of gotta and then, you know, add controversy, add, oh, can you believe that they did this thing with this? Can you believe that so-and-so, people are saying this? And then when you look into, like, how many people are actually saying that, they're literally, like, they've got a tweet with 3 thumbs up on it. From an account that has 12 followers, you know? It's like, why is this a story? And the answer is because it's an industry to make drama. And the people making it certainly don't stop to ask themselves whether or not there's, you know, damage that they're doing to people who don't deserve it. It's just Tuesday. They're just churning out content. They're producing something that they can then sell. Hello, that looks like a fortress. I mean, that looks like a bridge, right? Y'all see what I'm seeing? Like, how can there be such a straight... But it's at a diagonal. What am I seeing? That's naturally occurring terrain. That is not a fortress. That's insane, like how straight it is on a diagonal. Wow. Travelin choices. He earned money that was probably partially made by breaking human rights laws. His gig did have critical notes and some mocking parts. I don't know, I wasn't expecting something like that from him, to be honest. Retaliation. You should hunt Enderman until you get a skull drop. He earned money that was probably partially made by breaking human rights laws. Yeah. That's, I mean, the people who were paying him, yeah. There's, the other angle of that, though, is also, you know, this is why I just think should probably be a non-controversy, because it doesn't seem like it's a slam shut kind of a case. If a nation that doesn't, like, that doesn't have a good history with things like, you know, freedom of speech and whatnot, invites freedom of speech people to do freedom of speech things there, and it's like, we'll pay you a lot of money. You know, like, there's an angle of that where it's like, yeah, they're pretty bad people, but also the fact that they're even inviting you to do something like this is, you know, a sign that maybe things are getting a little bit better, even if, like, the whole point is, you know, in order for them to, like, reform their image on the world stage at large, to appear more like the fact that they're even trying to appear that way, you know, it's the same sort of situation. Oh, good God, look at I didn't realize I had that much wood on me. Same situation, when all those corporations I feel like it really started in kind of the early 2010s, maybe, but all the corporations started, like, really catering to LGBTQ interests, or, you know, like, really trying to swing for the fences and act like we're with you kind of a thing. Obviously, they're not with you. They're with you money. They're with, you know, trying to appear a certain way, that they know will go a certain distance with progressives, but also get free, you know, advertising from conservative pundits who are going to be like, fucking M&Ms with their greed, you know, like all that kind of shit. Like, they have economic interests at heart. But it's also, what the fuck was that sound? it's also, you know, part of acknowledging that things actually are kind of getting better, that their economic interest, that they're now recognizing their economic interest to try and pander, at least, if nothing else, to a group that has been previously so marginalized and disenfranchised. And so, like, is it really, are we really on the level of you absolutely shouldn't engage with these, you know, these people on any fucking terms? Like, if somebody starts to crack the door open on, you know, a set of policies or some public appearances even that can start to suggest that things might start changing, start shaping in a more positive direction, is it really the way to go to be like, fuck you, you know, and kick the door shut as they're trying to get it just a little bit open? Even if the only reason they're trying to open it is to look a certain way in front of, you know, the girl that they like or whatever. Like, the fact that they've recognized that their behavior looks like shit on the world stage is step one. You know, trying to reform the image, you know, like, it's some kind of progress. And so it's like, I'm not saying that it is fully justified. I'm saying that it just seems like it's still very much in the realm of debate, where no one should be able to, you know, strongly say, probably no human being on the face of the earth can strongly say, this is the correct thing and this is the wrong thing in this situation. And so, you know, maybe it's fucking not... I assume that it's more of a drama because of YouTubers and social media people and all that kind of stuff, and because it's just the drama farm. Because it just seems like, yeah, it's a complex situation. You know, Bill decided to take the money and maybe be part of, you know, things getting a little bit better over there, but you know, more so probably he was in it mainly for the money. And the organizers of the event were inviting him and other comics like him mainly for appearances' sake, and because those appearances' sake will turn into more money for them in the long run, but it's still positive forward. So it's like, it's just like, yeah, it's not like, you know, it's not as though the president fucked a child or anything like that. You know, it's not like the president's a child molester levels of, like, we need to be up in arms over this. It's not like the president is sexually assaulted a woman in a department store and has been legally prosecuted and found guilty by a jury of his peers of that. It's not that kind of controversy. Like, maybe it's more of a distraction tactic, really, when you think about it, by certain people, by certain folks who want to pretend like there's issues on both sides of the aisle, kind of a thing. Maybe it's another angle to consider. Right? Huh? You know, we're still waiting for the release of the Epstein files, and you know, but social media's got time to get up in arms about Bill Burr, you know, cashing a check from a comedy gig he did in somewhere that's not, you know, Hamburger America USA freedom flag waving, you know, whatever. This isn't going anywhere. I can't make any headway in this nether. I feel I feel nice that I got a lot more comfortable moving in the nether, just like practicing here. Can I take vengeance upon you, as was suggested? Oh, no, that's right. There's no such thing as a netherwood boat. Well, that doesn't mean I can't take vengeance upon you. There's more ways than one to skin an Enderman. Seriously, bro? I accidentally did this in a fight against a dragon, and y'all were up my ass about it like I had intended to fuck you over. All I did was look at you. Sup? Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't have fucked with me. You know, when I was trying to kill an ender dragon. Motherfucker. This is actually killing these guys would be a good way of getting pearls in 1.21. Yeah. Maybe coming to one of these biomes with a boat and just hard focusing killing Enderman. Like, this would just take too long setting up a kill spot every place that I find them and killing them. I think we should just, like, take an L here. Want it like that. Dude. On fire much, bitch? Yeah, my first pearl. Let's see. Hello, you think Iran is going through another 70s style revolution, says Oregon Xerox? I don't know anything about the politics in the Middle East right now. You run the Big Dick Club and you're surprised that you have a lot of wood? Trembling Choice says, if Bill Burr has decided to go and travel the road of Bill Hicks in a way, then I have not a problem with that. But that wasn't what he was doing. He had he tried very hard to be a straight shooter in his podcast in the past years. Man, that podcast, I like Bill Burr. I tried to, like, hang out in his, or tried to listen to his podcasts, and just, holy hot damn, the fucking, every 7 minutes there's an ad read thing is, that didn't do it for me. You know, I couldn't cope. Where you at? Trying to hide, trying to draw me out. I see you. I know what you're about. You're about dropping them ender pearls, bitch. Uh-huh. Yeah, I like Bill Burr, and I was trying to catch on to his podcast, but I listened to like 2 or 3 of them, and it's just too goddamned many ad breaks, too many ad reads. And also, I guess I'm just not, like, I've never been a big cult of personality kind of guy. So as much as, you know, what are we doing here? I'm playing Minecraft badly while talking to a group of people who, you know, you've been watching me. We've had a relationship for several years, kind of thing. Like, there is an aspect of this that has a cult of personality kind of a flair to it, kind of a flavor to it. I'm not, you know, I'm not interested in the cult of personality stuff. I'm not interested in the just sort of the obsession around an individual, as though there's something more than just a person. You know, I had a Zen master, who, if anyone was more than just a person, what are you doing? Oh God, you found a way to get in on me. I see it. Yep, he got me. It's always an Enderman. Always an Enderman. RSG 2026. Thank you and goodbye. What was I saying? Yeah, I had a Zen master, an awakened, you know, man who around him was very much a cult of, you know, just people who were in awe and he could say something that was completely banal, and many of us, including myself, might be like, oh, and then later you realize, oh, you know, he was talking about the hot dogs. He was saying that they needed to be cooked a little bit more. All right, I thought that was like a philosophical truth about the nature of the cosmos, but he was talking about the hot dogs. So I've been like in a community where if anything was like, where if there was a justified scenario, and my favorite like outings with my Zen master and stuff were the times where he was totally not, where he was just a person, where he was an incredibly flawed person, where he was like, you know, out making trouble, stirring up shit, pushing people's buttons in a way that, you know, it's like, you don't have to do that. I love that because it just showed me that, you know, he's just a guy, he's just a dude. And so like the drama that emerges around like an individual who has a public persona, like a Bill Burr kind of thing, it all just kind of seems silly to me, you know. When you're getting to that level of detail anyway, where you're getting like that level of involvement in, you know, I can't believe that you would ever something, and it's like, maybe the man's got bills to pay. Maybe, I mean, he's probably doing pretty well. He's probably got some, you know, money, that kind of a thing, but he could also like have gambled it away or, you know, God knows what. It's like, I don't know. It's definitely more of a, you know, I might have an opinion on this, but it's not going to be, you know, doesn't seem like it should be, it should be a career-ending cancel a man kind of a thing to take a gig in a certain place. Like, honestly, if he went and did a show in fucking Russia for Putin or something like that, if it was for Putin, if he was performing for Putin and for Putin's enjoyment, and, you know, Putin and his yacht-owning fucking Russian oligarchs club, then I would be like, Bill Burr's a dick. If he went to Russia, okay, and as invited by Putin to perform before 20,000, you know, Russians, then, like, that's cool. Like, what the fuck is it? Like, what do I care? Right? Like, hey, cool. So Russians get to hear some jokes if they speak English. I don't know. It's context does matter and that kind of thing, but I don't know. Seems silly to me. It felt, just by like being in the vicinity of it, it felt as though the people who were pushing the narrative were really pushing the narrative, like they really had to push the narrative. Really having to hammer it home. Or maybe they were just making good money off of it. You know, that's another thing to like bear in mind, is that the more that you hear about something, the more that it just keeps going, it's because there's still like money to be made by talking about it, by making little YouTube shorts and shit about it, and react videos where you end up with like one person who's reacting to the other person who was reacting to the original video. It's a hell of a fucking time to be alive for media. I don't know what it is. I can't imagine what perception is like for this generation, for like this generation. Maybe like they're just coming into their 20s now, you know? I can't imagine how you perceive media, how you perceive relationships, because it's like, it's so much through the phone. Like the entire world, so much of the world has been introduced to this generation through a phone, through a tablet, even as a baby kind of a thing. And it's just like the social interactions, the social relationships between people, and I'm talking about like high school bullying shit and stuff like that. What it has been for this generation, all I know is that I don't know. I don't think I could possibly imagine what it is. Like when I saw Bo Burnham's, you know, Inside, I felt like I was having this new generation sort of explained to me, you know, like, oh, I get it now. You know, just okay. I think I see what's been going on here. I think I start to understand why people are the way they are, why people seem to be sort of performing their lives at all times instead of, you know, living their lives. There's a big sense that everyone's acting, you know, you put on the big smile and you get the selfie filter and you get the ring light on the phone kind of a thing. And it's like, okay, so vanity and desperation for approval is a big part of this generation's, like, just experience of life. Okay, I'm starting to key in, starting to tune in here. You know what I could do? Now that I know how to do this right, this, I think, would be like here instead. And then this would have to come down. And you'd move there. And before I start losing hoed terrain, get this here. But yeah, like it is so hard for me, as a child of the 90s, to really conceive of what life is to the present generation of people, to imagine like how they've formed their worldview, how they, like, what they've undergone and what they end up thinking, you know, is important and what isn't important. So this will end up being 1, 2, 3, 4. Just do that. And then we want an outside thing too. Actually, I want to move it this way as well. I just recognize that there is a massive generational difference, and that no... I mean, you could say the same for a lot, but this, I don't know, this maybe it is just another another instance of holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if you were there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I want one on the outside. I need one on the outside here. So that's correct, and that's correct, but I would want it to stop there. And then that means that this would need to extend, and it can only extend by 1 on this side, which means that this would have to get... I need to take it up over here. Yeah. Technology has just been rip-roaring at a rate that challenges kind of everything for so long now that, I don't know, it's the difference between one generation and the next is pretty big. It's pretty huge, you know. Imagine, like, me as a computer kid, as a PC guy from the very beginning, kind of a deal. If I move you back by 1, I can't really. In comparison to my parents, okay, that's fine, actually. The corners can be like that, and if I remember correctly, they end up being like that, like they have to. Because you go out 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, yeah, that doesn't get picked up. That won't get picked up. Yeah. That is as it is. You're actually supposed to be over by 1, though. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, yeah. This is supposed to be here. I really need to sleep the nights, or else a creeper's gonna walk up behind me and destroy everything I've built. They were born into a tech age. For them to try to live in a world without that phone is almost impossible. If they were to go live in a country that phones are so rare, it would kill them, says Jamasian. Payphones, going to a library to look stuff up. It's... You know, it's more... I think it's more... The more important part of it, anyway, is what that sort of early experiences of youth end up telling you about, like, life. Like, what is this life, and who am I, and how do I relate to others under these circumstances, and all that kind of stuff. The way that they have made their interpersonal relationships has been, you know, in this kind of always on, always being watched, always being judged environment. Oh, I can move it back because it's here. Yes. Excellent. Always being watched, always being judged, always... It's you know, the internet never turns off. The cell phones never turn fully off. You know, if there's a picture of you at school doing something and with somebody, or you know, somebody pantsed you in the halls and took a photo, that's not just somebody's memory of you being pantsed. That's like, now they take the image and they put it to generative AI and, you know, make a version where you're naked, and, you know, like that's what this generation's gonna. That's not even the current 20-somethings. That's what, like, the kids that are 11 years old and 12 years old right now are gonna be like, are living with as we speak. But it's just, that's what I'm, you know, what I recognize. I'm just so, I can't even imagine what the psychology is of a human being who has grown up in this particular way, in this new internet fueled era. And, you know, I try and relate to try and bring it down a notch. I try and relate it to the idea of, you know, my parents and, how they would have seen, like, computers and stuff like that. But, you know, my parents had, like, notice of computers coming, kind of a thing, and the fact that I was into computers, they were probably like, oh, cool, he's gonna have, like, job security in the future. How'd that work out, by the way? But, like, the amount of time that I spent on my computer, as a kid, yeah, that probably was worrying for them. But, like, I feel like they could still relate to me and understand my experience and that kind of stuff. And I wonder if and I'm talking about myself, if I am able to truly comprehend what life has been like, what the primary influencing, you know, factors and psychology and stuff like that. Like, if you had to understand someone to be able to help them in a low and dark moment, would I be able to? Because it's like, for a person of this particular era, because damn, like, there is so much difference in the way that reality has shaped, or surreality really has shaped their youth in comparison to someone from 10, 20 years earlier. And, you know, then multiply by, you know, then add another 10 years, and add another 10 years, and add another 10 years, and then, you know, you understand why there's such a schism in how people see the world. So this should be fine because I'm doing every other row. So this is how you're supposed to farm, okay? In theory. According to the rules, the computer's rules of Minecraft, this is how you farm. You have to have wet soil on the outside of your crops, and you grow your crops in rows alternating. If you don't, then you are losing efficiency. Crops that are next to each other, next to the same type of crop, grow a lot slower. I mean, look at, I just barely got done planting them, and look at, just fucking growing in front of our eyes, popping up. But you need this outside border, because if it's not hoed terrain on the outside, then you lose some of your efficiency as well. Nope. $14.4 modems. Yeah, I had a... Well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, probably was my earliest modem a 14.4? I don't know what my earliest was because I discovered it in my computer. Well, you know, I was a very young kid. I discovered that I wanted a modem, and I was like, you know, thinking about or had started to ask my parents, started to kick around for like, can I get a modem for my computer? And then one day I pulled it out and looked in the back, and there was a phone port in the back. There's a phone jack. And I was like, oh, I have one. But my first experience of the internet was not the internet. It was bulletin board systems. You would call the phone number of someone else's computer that was, you know, local in your area code, probably, unless you wanted to spend, you know, long distance charges on this stuff. You would call someone else's computer, and you would, you know, do things within a program called a BBS, a bulletin board system, and then, you know, when you were done, someone else would call that computer, and they would interact with it, and so you could leave messages for each other, you could trade files, you could start to have that internet-like back-and-forth communication via the, you know, server computer that you were connecting to. But that was my first taste of, you know, what the internet would ultimately be. Okay, need one more in there. These are going good. Changing the .wav files in Age of Empires with burp and fart noises. You have job security, said Kenneth. Jobs are secure from you getting them. Megs of RAM, not gigs. Yeah, Pentiums, yeah. Pentium processors, like, and being in the know about computers when nobody else really was, when nobody understood, meant, like, knowing that the Pentium 3 copper mine, you know, that there were certain CPUs that could really be overclocked a lot. They'd really come out extra well, and they had been under-specced by Intel, and if you bought one of these, then you could, you know, add 100 megahertz to it or something like that. And 100 megahertz was huge because the idea of a gigahertz wasn't even on anybody's radar that a CPU would ever be able to do that. There's a lot of little, like, subtle cultural stuff, but it's more like the psychological stuff. Like, what does it mean to have been raised in this environment of always having eyes on you, and in fact being told every day, being like, having the world tell you in a million different ways every single day that this is how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to, you know, be making content of your life. You're supposed to be, I don't know, always be watched, always be, you know, always be watched and always be watching and always be judged and always be judging. The difference between like the catty in crowds of high school once upon a time and now, I don't know what they are, but it seems like could be pretty fucking dangerous. Seems like could be some pretty nasty, messed up shit. That'll do. I have remade the farm. Look at how quickly some of that wheat just turned into wheat from nothing. I remember going from 8 megs to 16 megs RAM and loading a Command and Conquer game within a fraction of a second and the game running in 4 times speed. Yeah, I mean, that was another thing. Like, I remember less than I remember the big jumps of advancements because they were just coming all the time. They were, you know, you'd get a new thing and then it'd just be like, oh my God, and they doubled it and they doubled it again and they doubled it again, you know, 300 megahertz, 600 megahertz, 800 megahertz. Everything was just always getting so much better and so quickly that what I remember more is when it stopped. Is when, like, when I started getting upgrades that didn't really do much. That was a shock. We were living in a time of like just everything was doubling and redoubling, and the power and the processing and the speed and the memory and the and then there was a certain moment in computing where you got like another gig of RAM or another 512 megs or another 128 even. I don't know when it was, but it was something, there was, you know, where it was like, I think I can tell that, yeah, it's clicking. Like when I click, I feel like it's a little bit more responsive. Like there was a moment where it stopped redoubling, and that was really weird because my whole life was like technology was just going. It was fucking going and it couldn't be stopped, and it was, you know, every generation was a massive iteration on the previous one, and holy shit, and it blow your fucking head off. Today, you are watching my live stream which is being broadcast to you, encoded and broadcast to you on a NVIDIA GTX 1070, not even a TI. It's a 1070. You're watching this at 60 frames per second. I'm playing it. Oh, I pressed the button. I'm playing it at, what is it locally? At about 90 frames per second? 80 to 90 frames per second. You're getting 60 of them being encoded and broadcast, and I'm actually encoding a 1080p signal, and I'm encoding a 360p signal and sending them both to Twitch while I simultaneously broadcast the same signal to YouTube all at once. Bandwidth, CPU, computation, graphics, GPU, memory, all that shit. My computer, the components of my computer are between 6 and 10 years old. That GPU, like the GPU might be, you know, the oldest thing in my computer right now. The memory is still the memory, but I have added an extra 16 gigs of RAM, which I only added because of Blender, because I had a really high consumption operation that wanted a lot of RAM, but I didn't get any benefit from adding those 16 gigs except for if I decide to start, you know, modeling at 20 million face count sculpts again. It's when it stopped, when the technology slowed down, we started to hit that point in the curve where it's like, it actually just can't really get a lot better than this anymore. You know? Until or unless quantum computing manages to do something which it's like quantum computing isn't even on the horizon for consumer use because it's a different kind of thing. It's not really meant for the way that computers have been designed, the way that software is designed for everything like this. It's not built to handle linear binary code as much as it is to handle probabilities and do certain types of math super fucking quickly. But, you know, it's like we hit a real plateau in technology, and it was actually several years ago. 720p video is perfectly fine for most people. 1080p is a little bit more than you need in most circumstances, but if you're right up near the screen, sure. 1440p, only if you're pressed right against the screen in a PC use environment. 4K, I cannot justify that shit under any circumstance. That's where I'm standing on it anyway now. I got a 1080p, I got two 1080p monitors. 4K is just, you just have to, like, if the monitor is huge, the monitor is so goddamn huge that if it wasn't 4K, you could see the pixels, you could see the squares kind of thing, okay. But 4K on like a 27 inch or even a 32 inch, I like, it's not that there aren't little benefits to a micro, but it's micro benefits. It's micro benefits, and that's where we are now in the age of computing and technology. We're down to micro benefits. We have squeezed the shit out of what we know how to do, what our science tells us is possible, and we are now just in the micro optimization era. And look at this, look at this. No. I thought that was gonna... Maybe this one needs to be filled in too? Oh. I think there's an underneath and it's getting lost to the underneath. Shit. Well, then I've wasted some of it. Oh, but that's not moving anymore. Okay. No, if I keep filling it, we'll get there. We'll get back to the point where it's... I thought I was done. I didn't take that many lava from it. I was wondering if future PCs will be more GPU primary and a sad CPU secondary, or if it's only going to be the data centers that are like this. Yeah, I loathe the idea of, you know, like, distributed processing or whatever, you know, the idea that your computer ends up just being like a portal, an access point to that connects via the internet to, you know, servers that provide you with the processing power. It's probably coming. You know, they've already tried to do that with like some gaming platforms and stuff where really they're just kind of streaming the game to you. And playing, you know, doing all the computation on their end, and you're just seeing the video and then they're capturing your inputs. But I just hate the idea of it because it takes so much power out of the hands of the consumer, you know. So much of what computing does for us and gives us the possibility to do in our own homes for ourselves gets taken away again if you outsource it. If you outsource the actual processing power. They can, you know, they already have turned software into a licenses game where you don't own anything, you're just renting it constantly. And I know that there's a group, there's people out there who would love to be able to say the same about hardware, about, you know, processing power. The way that the internet and the web currently works on, you know, Amazon S3 and Google hosting and stuff like that, the way that the processing gets done in the cloud, they would love it if your cell phone actually didn't have its own processing power and you had to continuously pay them for processing power of your cell phone. It'd be great. Let's have another live stream break. We've been here long enough to say that's the end of the live stream, but I'm enjoying myself, and this is the world that I've been playing on my own, trying to get my skills back across the past 2 days, and it worked so well that we went into the Ender Dragon fight and died to in our hardcore seed with 230 hours or whatever in it, and died to an Enderman. So that's how good getting my skills back has gone in this world. But yeah, I'm feeling very chill, very relaxed. I like the conversation we're having right now, so I'd like to keep going. But we do need to have ourselves a live stream break, because this last one was almost 3 hours long since the last break. So, let's see if I can't get Minecraft to easy enough. I've figured it out to minimize for me. And meet me back here in 7 minutes. In the meantime, listen to a little ditty I put on an album that I produced for my friends of all like my little covers that I had done over the years at different coffee shops, things that they'd heard me do. I recorded them in a nice-ish way and put them out on a proper CD. And then I threw one in that I made up on the fly just for the album. The album was entitled Reliving the Madness. And this song is called All the Little Fish. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere pulling that out.
Boom, 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 boom. Little fish, 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 little fish.
merriment? What if all the happy, shiny people lost their luster? What if all the elves who make the cookies for the world ran out of dough and sold the cookie tree? We'd all go hungry, while the developers are ripping up the roots to build a factory wherein the shiny objects would be like so much art baggage to be shipped out to zillions small distributors where you can read your paycheck for more important things like the empty words now a beat of hip-hop's latest poster child preaching lives of solitude and hatred to the market minds of oh so many sheep, so many to count. I'm full of sleep and dream of merrymakers making merriment and happy people polished with a coat of wax, 2 coats of wax and nails with cookie sheets who slave away into the night to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, to bring us chocolate chips and happiness, happiness, and happiness, 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 and happiness, 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 and happiness.
I want to be the very best, like no pawn ever was. To build them is my real test, to fly them is my cause. I will travel across the skies, searching far and wide. Gather science to understand the goo that is inside. Rolling Pong, it's you and me. Playing career mode in KSP. Ooh, you're my best friends in a world we must defend. That's Kevin. Of course, so true. Jebediah will pull us through. You'll teach me how this we do. Ronin Pod, Ronin Pod. Every mission along the way.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn and youtube.com/pawn/dot/com. Thank you, me. We're playing Minecraft today for the first time in a very, very long time, and based on the how many people are watching, probably we might not do this for. It doesn't look like people are that interested in Minecraft. I mean, well, what did we do today? We ran around the old thing. If you remember it, then you're not that interested, kind of thing. But there's a lot of people doing a lot of impressive things with Minecraft. Well, what's the draw of my Minecraft live stream? The banality of it? Yeah. The normalcy of it, the joy of just doing the thing, just getting started, having a little starter house, getting your little farm going, doing a little bit of mining, starting to go deeper, starting pushing the nether. Just the beauty of the simple progression of the natural game, unforced by wild speedrunnery tactics, uncompromised by game-changing mods. What is this? Why do I have these? Because you took them down, you damn fool. Okay, sorry. Look at, every time I walk around that thing, I get so many eggs. Every single thing that I've got here, I was supposed to replant. Every single thing that I've got here needs basically a touch-up. Like we just did to the farm. Fixing it. It feels anyway as though everything is in some way inconvenient and not quite right. Now, how is that for the cows? Well, you know how the cows are fine. Cows are fine. I've already gotten the books that I need, so they're really just here for, you know, I've got cows now. They could be meat. The sheep are also just sort of here. This is fine. There's nothing like that really needs to be redone there. The chickens are horribly inconvenient. You know, the way that they ended up in this particular cage here, in this particular pen and shape, was that they were all in one thing. All the different animals were in one thing, and I dug a little hole for them to move over here, and, you know, just put them in a tight little cage over here. But I feel like there should be something better, in particular, something that doesn't, that never has me walk past the chicken coop and end up with goddamn brown fucking eggs in my goddamn brown fucking shorts. Chicken coop size such a race? I don't wanna make the coop that we've made before. That was a nightmare. Was that an Enderman? Or I mean a creeper that I saw? Trembling choices. Just notice the green glasses. Now I know yellow glasses turn up the contrast, filtering out lower energy light, and blue glasses will increase mental sharpness, the lack of red light, which prevents the production of melatonin, sleep hormone, the sleep hormone. So what do green glasses do exactly? Research from multiple, you know, credible universities in the United States, Arizona University, and write-ups from Stanford and Harvard as well, have found... Hi, can I have some string? Have found that green light reduces the onset of migraines, reduces the severity and the frequency of migraines. I don't get migraines, but I do have this neurological condition, myalgic encephalomyelitis chronic fatigue syndrome, that that has an incredible amount of crossover with migraines. Hey, I actually don't need any more now. I'm set up with as much as I intend to be set up with, so I'm just gonna let you grow. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you grow now. So there's a lot of crossover that suggests that neurological inflammation is a big part of what's going on in migraines, and so that's why I gave green glasses a try. And I've been wearing green glasses every hour of every day of my life since 2023 now. They got me back from they were a big part of surviving the hyper visual sensitivities of myalgic encephalomyelitis. You know, there was almost an entire year where the amount of like screen time that I could tolerate was very. There was months where it was 0. And then, you know, through 2022 and 2023, there were some significant times where I couldn't take it at all. And green glasses, they brought me back. They give me just that little bit of buffer that allows me to tolerate a lot more light over a longer period of time. Just trying to push out. Y'all coming? Y'all coming? Can't oh, Jesus. You are all coming. Thank God I got out of there, huh? Oh, jeez. All right. Fuck. The moment that I dropped my shield, I don't know where he's shooting from. Oh, I can see him now. Can't hit nothing, slun. Okay, you did hit something, slun. This is way too many dudes. I have the high ground, Anakin. I don't understand what you're trying to do, Anakin. I have the high ground. I haven't died in this world, by the way. This is just a normal seed. It's not hardcore, but I haven't died in it. Yeah. Oh, there's two of you. Damn it. I wanted them to kill him and, you know, so I could get a disc. Clearly there needs to be more light over here. I'm just trying to push out my lit territories. Sup? Don't blow up my torch. I just put it there. I'm buying them right now for my grandma. Thanks. Yeah, they're I definitely recommend them. There's and, you know, it's like there's red light therapy and green light therapy, and some of it you gotta feel like is probably just a scam. It's just that kind of a thing. But the research component. Did I just hear a baby zombie? The research seemed, you know, legit enough to me. Okay, you're really getting me into the dark now. I don't know how you could have possibly hit me. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. I didn't even know where I was going. So how did you figure it out? I'm running low on food. Yeah, I can hear a baby zombie. I definitely don't want to have to deal with that shit. That looks like a darkness hole. A pitly darkness. But yeah, green light therapy, red light therapy, blue, that's what I started to say. And some of it is surely just a bunch of bullshit. Is that diamond up there? Is at least lapis. But, I gave it a try in my first... And these are like $10 glass. These are little plastic nothings. These are... You can buy, companies who are marketing directly to the idea of these things being for migraine treatments, who are claiming to target the most effective wavelengths of light from the research. You can get that kind of thing, but for like $12 on Amazon, you can also just get these these cheap little plastic guys, and they have worked for me. You know, that's the real proof in the pudding, is that my first-hand testimony is I have gotten back a lot that I simply didn't have before. Didn't have for a while. Yeah, don't want to place the torch in a way that causes the gravel to come down. I know what I'm doing, ish. If we come to the end, nope. Hey, diamond. So that 1 diamond turned into 4. 2 is 7. 3 is 8. 4 is 9. Getting real gypped now. 5 is 10. 11 is 6 is 13. 7 is 14. So we doubled the diamond haul with the power of the Fortune 3 pickaxe, which was my first enchantment. It just came up like that, and I gotta recommend. So if you don't know, the way that enchantments work in Minecraft is that they will always be the first one will always be the same enchantment from the beginning of the start of a game, and then after that they'll randomize. But the first one will always be the same per tool, and so you can have some faith in what you're gonna get. But this is only true if you do not close the game. If from the moment that you create the world, you keep the game open, then that will be true. The enchantment will be the same for, you know, a shovel or for a sword, and I believe the first enchantment for a sword is always looting 2, but not looting 3. And so what my recommendation is to restart the game before you do your first enchant. I hate the idea that every single time I start up a new world, my first, you know, batch of enchantments is going to be, you know, set to exactly the same thing. It's great for a speed run to have some, like, predictability kind of a thing, but it doesn't sound fun, and I didn't intentionally do it, but, you know, I played for quite a while, several sessions, before... Here it is. Before I got around to enchanting on this playthrough, in this world. So by the time I did, you know, I had closed the game and reopened it, and so it was completely random that when I put my pickaxe on the table with a level 30, you know, books around it, it said, you're gonna get Fortune 3. And I much prefer the RNG and the chance to get something cool to the consistency of knowing that you're never going to get anything cool on you're always going to get like an averagely okay kind of a result from your first enchant. No, I don't want that. Anything but that. So yeah, my recommendation, if you're starting up a new world, reset the game. By which I mean just close Minecraft before you do your first enchantments. Before you, you know, make your first enchanting table or something like that. Get yourself some actual, you know, randomness in there. So, Pawn, be honest, is there a chance that I have to fight you to the death on the White Plains of Greenland? Are we Did we buy Greenland yet? Wasn't that part of his plan, like, from the 2016 campaign or something? Whenever, like, maybe it was a 2012. Whenever he was in Home Alone, wasn't that the... Is that the reference? Like, I don't follow what's going on from day to day in the news, but I've certainly, you know, heard some... Hello! Slimes! Wonderful! So this is a slimy biome. This is a slime-capable biome. Stop it. Stop existing. Why do you keep existing? So rude. God. Liger is my favorite animal. God. Huh? Some gold, there's some redstone. Yeah, I thought we were just supposed to, like, buy Greenland or something. I thought that was the... Ah! Okay. I did get my shield up. And I'm out of food, so we're leaving. I did have my shield up. I don't think it helped at all. I think the fact that I had the diamond armor is the only thing that really did anything there. But I did have it up. Yeah, we gotta go, like, I wanna inspect that slime chunk. I wanna, like, mark it and stuff. We gotta come back with food immediately. It's hard to follow what's going on, says Rubber Ducky. We've, what have we done? We've either kidnapped, assassinated, or are in negotiations with Venezuelan's president. Because we want their oil, but apparently the oil companies don't want the oil. The things that I've heard are just like, yeah, Trump sure is president right now, isn't he? Yeah, that's, yeah. I've seen footage of him just, like, making gorilla noises, like, into a microphone at a press conference, and then immediately after, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming." Just like, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's like, what are you doing, man? And, you know, apparently there's some pretty horrible shit going on with ICE and with the threat of, you know, just sort of constantly dangling the threat of deploying the National Guard against protesters and, you know, against the people of the United States of America being dissatisfied with their representation. You're not allowed in this free country, oh, hi. Yeah, goodbye. Thanks for swinging by, though. We enjoy our time. You know what? This goes in here. You know what's in here? Almost exclusively. Oh, look, I had some cooked cod. Almost exclusively zombie meat. Where is this guy? I need him to not blow up my house. Hey, I see you. Hiding. Waiting for your chance. Wow. Really missed, huh? Did I get you? I got you. Where's the goodies? Give me the goodies. All right, I need candy, bubblegum and taffy. Step to the sweet shop with my sweetheart Sandy. So put you back in there, I guess. All right, we're going right back down. I especially want to mark. How am I doing on wood? Yeah, let me something. Drop you off here, I guess. That goes out there. Gunpowder goes in here, I think. Tough. I've never brought tough up before, so now we need to store tough. Gravel. Dirt and that. There's no reason to be carrying around chocolate. The doors, yes. The U. This is a leftover. This is a leaving. The slime block in here. With my other spherical things. That's the theme of the chest. Oh, and this is my traveling bed. That's right. Okay, and then we got some cobbled deep slate, which I think I put in with the nether shit, just out of darkness principle. So you go there. But I'm thinking, sup? Stay away from my crops, please. Thank you for the bone meal. Not interested in the bow. Really. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna like put you here and see how that affects things. It's all on the bottom now. I mean, it seems likely that this is a thing. That we'll end up wanting to do. Something like that, I would think. Over here. Posit you. And really, you should be over where the bone meal gets boned. But I'm gonna leave you. Where I store the bone meal, which is over here. And then again, there's this bow that I don't need in my inventory. Okay, level 28. You know, I'm down there, I'm mining, I'm collecting goodies, I'm getting closer to a full kit of something-de-something. In fact, I can have a full kit of something-de-something now. But I'm also driving my experience points up so that I can get the next enchant, whatever it's gonna be. Let's have full diamond armor now. So, you, and you. Yeah. Yeah. And then you guys actually here. There you go. I'm now full diamond, head to toe, baby. 5 left over. So let's have all diamond tools. Give me an axe. Give me a shovel. Give me an iron spear. These are new to me. When did spears become a thing? No, you need to go somewhere else. It's very new to me. Iron hoe goes out here. The farm. Maybe I put it over here. Yeah. Yeah, Trump is just, Trump is definitely, like, you realize the problem isn't Trump. Which isn't to say that Trump isn't a problem. But the problem isn't Trump. The problem is that we have a system of government, a system of faux democracy, in which we still have a king, but we've been pretending like we don't. We've been acting as though, you know, there's no monarchy, there's no king, there's no, like, ruling class, but there is. There absolutely is. And that's why Trump is able to do what he's doing, and, like, why he's able to get away with it, and why people still respond, you know, when he calls them up and says, you know, you're gonna go do this, and they're like, that's constitutionally unsound, but, I mean, he is the president. Like, that's the reason that it's able to work, the reason why he's able to threaten our democracy is because our democracy is a fucking joke. Oh, hey. That just bounced off me? What the... That even hurt? The hell happened there? You know, this, constitutional, but presidency... Did you get him? Thank you. I feel like there's probably something to the right of me. What's to the left? Go. Trying to light it up. Trying to take back the night. Trying to stand by my man. Stand by your man. I don't know why, but all those things sounded like they went to go together. Like, take back the night and... No one cares. Uh-oh. Yeah, I need to get down in a hurry. Okay, you're above me. How did I fall in? Ah, it's up here. I'll take this as a sign from the gods that this is where I really need to be. I'm not going to put any torches down because I'm running low. Just going to explore to see if there's any diamonds. Alright, it's too many branching cavern things. I'm working on something. You can't hit nothing. I'm not loving this combo, though. Creeper archer thing. I see what you're trying to do, you know. What the fu- right through the goddamn Shield? Cereals? Oh. You just loaded and waited, and the whole time you were just holding the string back, huh? Never let go. Okay, I see more diamonds. Okay, also, here's something worse than a zombie. Dead. Dead. We are making progress. I just want you to know, be aware. Even though I keep getting chased back and pushed away, I am dropping torches as we get chased back. Like, look at how much fucking Jesus. Look at how much terrain I have lit up in this hellscape. So down to my last 8 torches here. And the most dangerous thing in the world is in front of me. You know, forget dragons. Yeah. I knew you were coming. I heard you taking falls to get to me. Okay. We're up to 8 more diamonds. And level 29. There's some more redstone back there, and that's it wouldn't be a bad idea to get levels. There's a little bit of a light source there in the first place, but 2 more torches. Hey! That's what the redstone's good for. Revealing the diamonds. 17 and level 30. Let's go home. So I have full diamond everything. Oh, my shield is about to die. Tremlin Twice says, we're in a political crisis again. And we are all gum-smacked because no one expected it. How many times are we going to tell that story? Yeah, I mean, there's just fundamental... I believe that there are just fundamental, you know... The form and shape of the American government is just not made for democracy. It's not made for longevity. It's not made to represent the will of the people. And, you know, broadly speaking, history supports the analysis that presidential democracies don't really last. They don't function because sooner or later someone comes into power and decides to treat the presidency as, you know, a kinghood, and like there's the structure of a presidential democracy just it gives it enough like credibility that you can make it happen. You know, you can get people on board for it. You just start giving orders and people are like, well, they're the president. I mean, there's nobody higher in the land than the president, so if they say tell me to do it, you know, I may believe that it's illegal, but, you know, they can, even when the Supreme Court shows up and says, yes, it is illegal, he can't do that, and you should stop taking the fucking order, then the next step of the process is that the, you know, president's lawyers, the lawyers for the White House, who are now serving at the, you know, at the leisure of the president, come forward and say, no, actually, the Supreme Court is wrong here, and we're appealing it, and we're gonna, and so there's never, you know, you can just undermine the truth. The shape of a presidential democracy simply doesn't really work. They decay into monarchy, into, what's the word? Into despot, into dictatorships. And our governmental structure, I feel, is especially like corrupt. Even in like the Congress, that is the part that actually, you know, resembles something like a democracy would have. Look at. It's all up. The fact that we have a Senate where there's 100 like privileged yuppie fucking rich people who, you know, basically look down upon everybody else and rule from on high, and then in addition, like 435 House of Representative members or whatever, that actually come from the districts and represent their county and their communities and the people who sent them. But you've got the guys from the state level who are basically put into power by the money. They are basically put into power by appointment. You may ultimately vote for one of them in a, you know, flaccid, feeble, imaginary act of democracy, but the reality is you only got the choice because they were chosen. They were of the correct class. They were of the correct family lineage. They have the power. They have the money. They have the position of authority amongst the people who have been running this bitch since the beginning. That's our democracy, is founded on this, you know, boys club of the Senate, plus the head honcho who might as well be a king, but he only gets 4 years to be king, unless he gets 8 years to be king, unless he decides to say, fuck it, I want to be king forever. Try and get rid of me. You know, what if I interrupt the ability to have elections, by cutting the funding of the post office so much that your ballots don't get here in time, huh? What if I it's a fundamentally, like, sloppy, bad idea form of government that was created of, by, and for rich people who wanted to keep power. They liked the idea in, you know, premise of democracy and not having to, you know, report back to a king, but they wanted to be the ones in power still. You know, that's the important thing. Yeah, there's no more kings anymore, hurrah! But the aristocracy will still rule. Yes? Mr. Jefferson, yes? Owns over 500 slaves, having sex with one of the 14-year-old mulatto girls you own. Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Thomas Jefferson. It was very important in the formation and foundation of the American government that the right people have authority over, you know, over the hicks of the fields, you know, over the farmers and the slovenly folk who think that this country is theirs. We are the decision makers. They You know, they can't be trusted, that sort of a thing. And so our government was established in such a way as to be a cigar club for the aristocracy. And it is that to this day. The influence of money in our politics is beyond measure. It is more about money and corporate ties and family influences and nepotism and shit like that than it has anything to do with any noble, high-flying auspices of, democracy, the land of the free and the home of the brave, and fuck you. It's a boys' club. And they let a couple of girls in so that when you say boys' club, they go, hey! But it's a boys' club. It's also a white boys' club in particular. It is a cigar club of people who, you know, are entitled, quote unquote, by birthright to the roles of power that they are in. As far as they are concerned, as far as their parents are concerned, as far as, you know, the people in the positions and places of power can be asked to report back to the rest of us. With the iron, you can make chains and lanterns and hang them from the ceiling. Wow, that would be a really cool cave, Jermasian. Then there has to be a fault in the amendments, because over here in the Netherlands, we still have a kingdom, but the king has turned into a social VIP instead of a might-hunger pervert. Yeah. I mean, somehow there's, you know, Canada's system of government on paper doesn't make any goddamn sense, and yet somehow it works. It shouldn't function, and yet they make it function. And the sort of gutting of the old kingships and turning them into, you know, hollow, just like the royals, and we point and we laugh, or, you know, that kind of a thing. That has worked out brilliantly for places that still have actual, you know, monarchies and things like that. And honestly, we might have been better off just staying, you know, members of staying a colony, for that matter, because the pretended democracy that got erected and shoveled down the throats of the American people is not functioning. Not functioning at all. We have no restrictions, no meaningful restrictions on campaign finance. That, just to be able to say that out loud and nobody can disagree, is like, oh, I understand then why it doesn't work, right? You can't possibly maintain anything that could be considered a democracy of the people, of, by, and for the people, in a situation where whoever has the most money and can do the most advertising and can get the most, like, name recognition, market appeal, not by power of their ideas or by power of their thoughts, but by power of, you know, we had $1 billion for this 18-month-long campaign that we started. You know, how can you possibly end up with anything that is representative of the interests or the will of the people when corporate, when money is all that buys your way into the government? You're going to end up with corporate corruption and the same old cast of Rockefeller, you know, of people whose parents not merely could afford Stanford, but have been going to Stanford for years. Our family has a history. Harvard, Stanford, we're part of the lineage, you know, that kind of a thing. If you ever, like, take the time to look at who ends up, you know, in the seats of power, and what their relationships are to each other before they ended up in those seats of power, like Bill Clinton, when he was, you know, 19, 20 years old. Where was he? What was he doing? Well, he was, you know, meeting Robert Reich at like they go to the same schools, they have the money, they have the power, they're in the places, they're in the positions, and they get seated, they get positioned to become. They are not chosen by the will of the people. They do not compel the people to turn out to vote for them by the power of their ideas or the power of their speech or by how much they represent the interests of the people. They are chosen and seated by the fact that they were always that their families decided it. Their families have the money. Their families have the power. They are inheritors of a perpetual throne that we pretend is democracy in the United States of America. And, when someone manages to get in the door who didn't come out of those backgrounds, it's an exception to the rule. It makes notes, it's waves, it's headlines. It's like, holy shit, huh? We actually got somebody into a position of power that wasn't born into it, that didn't come to claim it by birthright from their relationship with, Charles the Great of... what I'm saying exactly at this point. But yeah, I feel we have some underlying structural problems. I mean, we've had actually, I was just thinking about this, weirdly, came into my mind, but we've had discussions on this channel about, how should the law and how should the Constitution be regarded and be handled. We've actually talked about the ideas of like constitutional revisionism or constitutional the idea that the laws should be reinterpreted over time so as to bring the laws into line with the changing times kind of thing, so that a law that was written in the 1600s may have meant one thing back then, but we'll take the spirit of the law as we interpret it today, and we'll... is this just leather? What are you wearing? I think it's just leather. We'll take the spirit of the law and we'll reinterpret it, and we'll try and... we've had conversations about that. There's two different views usually, that is like a Supreme Court justice is either coming from a world where they're like, the law is what they wrote when they wrote it, and I will enforce that law until the current lawmakers repeal that law and give us a new law, because that's my role. I'm a judge. I don't make the laws. I enforce them. There's either that, or there's a judge who looks upon it as in the laws must be, groomed from time to time as the passage of time moves us forward, technology and so on and so forth. And so the ye olde laws that may have said one thing and meant a certain thing when they wrote them and intended one thing, then they must be, brought up to date by the courts to match the world that we now live in modern reality. And I just cannot conceive of a system of government where that is true that could possibly fucking function in the long run. Where you've got laws that were written, I mean, here's the idea. In American government, you need 535 people to come to some kind of an agreement in order to get a law passed. 536 when you count the president, right? So you need over 500 people to come to some kind of agreement, and then you pass a law, and then it's got a certain wording to it, and it means a certain thing to the people who wrote it. Now, it can come up where certain situations that weren't clear, or maybe even the language of the law doesn't quite do it, and so it will need interpretation by the courts. That's reasonable. That'll happen. The courts will need to step in and and say, in this particular situation, based on, you know, the history of what the lawmakers were saying at that time, what their arguments were, what their, you know, agreements were, and that kind of thing, we would believe that it would be the lawmakers' intent in this situation for this outcome. That's fair. That's how you do the law. That's how you manage things. You need judges for precisely that. But the idea that you would just take a law that was written by a certain set of people in a certain time who had a certain conception of what technology was and what reality was and what the threats to the nation were and what the boons to the nation were, and how you just take that and then just kind of let some dude who wasn't even necessarily elected to the position but was appointed to the position, and who gets this position with the Supreme Court for their entire fucking life, so there's just no consequences to whatever they do. You're just gonna let them reimagine what the law actually means. Just gonna let them, instead of like trying to interpret what the intention of the lawmakers was at the time that they wrote it, in a situation that they hadn't quite, to extrapolate that, and now you're like imagining what the people's intention would have been if they would have lived in the time that we live in now, or that is so fucking corrupt. You are in no way going to be able to maintain a fit and standing, you know, set of laws where the law means anything if you've got these unelected, non-lawmaker judges with the authority to just reinterpret, to just sort of reimagine, to not try and figure out what the actual people who wrote the law would have intended, but to imagine a different version of the people who wrote the law, who lived in a different time and had different challenges. And what would they have thought? That you're just making shit up now. You're just doing the thing that like most Christians do, which is they make themselves God. That's what Christianity, that's what modern Christianity is now. It's not about like, what are the teachings of the Old Testament and Judaism? What are the teachings of Jesus Christ? What did he, what was he trying to get us to realize? What was he? What was this? What was that? What they do is they take what they want to be true, and then they say, this is how God wants it. And that's you making yourself God. And that's what, is going on in the idea of just letting a judge have the freedom, this appointed position, unelected position, to update the laws of the land. And I feel a big problem with like our current, government and legal situation in this country comes back to that. It comes back to, and it's less because of like the gerrymandering from the bench, or not really gerrymandering, but constitutional revisionism from the bench, or legal revisionism from the bench, changing what the law's intentions were, quoting, claiming to be updating them or in the spirit of, and all that kind of shit. The real problem with that is that your lawmakers they stop feeling the need to actually, update the fucking law. They don't have to like get involved in the complicated issues and the things that might lose them some electoral points when they point out to the electorate, like, what you might be thinking that you're wanting might not be what you want, because if you think about this situation, the actual conversation between the American people and their legislators comes to a crawl, if not a complete, standstill, in an environment where they can just sort of rely on appointing judges who are sympathetic to their interests, to their political interests, to go in and interpret old laws the way that they would like them to be interpreted, as opposed to having to legislate those laws and get the 535 other people to agree that this is how we're going to do it from now on. I think that there's way too many people out there who just have an incredibly short-sighted view on on the because they've got certain like issues that they want to see interpreted in a way, and I think one of the big ones is like the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. I think a lot of people on the left or toward the left, centrist, progressives kind of thing, liberals, I think that they want the Second Amendment to not mean what it means and not have been written for the purposes that it was written and not say what it says. But there is no like conversation to be had about what the Second Amendment says. It says you can't take anybody's guns away. Like, everybody gets a gun. You have the right to do it. And the purpose of why it was written, like absolutely everything, when you look at the history of the Second Amendment and you just read the fucking language of the actual Second Amendment, everybody gets a gun. And you can't change that. That's just how the law was written. So what you have to do, when I say you can't change that, what I mean is you have to change that. You want the Second Amendment to be changed? Cool. To put a little bit of restriction, a little bit of reasonable, like we can, you gotta fucking change the law then. That's all. You gotta actually get out there and do the fucking work and change the law. There's like 80% of the American populace agrees with the statement that gun owners should have to be licensed the way that drivers need to be licensed. When you drive, you're operating a deadly vehicle. It's not built to kill people, but it can kill people. And so before we're going to let you on the public roads with it, we're going to let you out the door in something that you could, accidentally kill people with. You're going to have to take some classes, take some tests, prove that you can do the thing responsibly and safely. And that you're capable of operating the machinery. 80% of Americans, gun owners, gun lovers, everybody agrees with this sentiment. It's obvious. It's like, of course. And yet your representatives are not pushing legislation that would make that like the law of the land, that would make that the standard all across the country. Why not? 80%. It is a supermajority. The point of democracy is that if everybody agrees on something, that's the way that it fucking goes. If there's a 20% minority, then they, have to sit and spin. They have to like do their jobs and fight and come out and convince the 80% that actually there's good reasons why we should do it another way. This is how it's supposed to work. But we have a consensus, but we have no movement. Why don't we have movement? Why don't we have movement on the things that we have consensus on? And if you don't think that, your legislators are happy, just thrilled to be in a position where they can be the best friends of the National Rifle Association and the best friends of the manufacturers of weapons and the best friends of the military-industrial complex, and also be your representative, and maybe even be a representative on the left, America's left. They can be a leftist representative and still like receive a whole lot of funding from these organizations and stuff. You don't think that they love the ability to hold a position publicly at their mouth but then do nothing about it because of this situation that we have with the law, where we just expect the judges to historically revise our fucking laws as time goes on. If you don't think that's a big part of this, we need active legislation. We need, real governance that's going on. We need the fact that we haven't changed our Constitution in as long as we haven't is a big fucking problem. It's a big fucking problem. Why aren't we changing the Constitution? Why aren't we making it certain in absolute text who has fucking rights? Since the beginning of this country, the opening statement was, we believe that, all men are equal in the eyes of God. And that was like a foundational statement for the founding of America. All men are equal in the eyes of God. Now, take or leave the God part, but all men are equal And yet, we maintained slavery for so long, and yet, women didn't have a vote for so long, and yet, you know, we've gone through a period where LGBTQ people didn't have the right to get married. They weren't respected as being able to be married like other people were. And now trans and black Americans and like everyone at any given point has been with, you know, lesser rights than someone else. We started from all men are created equal. At some point, somebody said, okay, apparently we have to fucking say it again. Here's the 14th Amendment that says that it is illegal to discriminate based on, you know, a person based on their race, their age, their gender, stuff like that. Why have we not gone back to that 14th Amendment and amended the 14th Amendment with the something amendment to say, in no unflinching terms, exactly who we're talking about? Since we have to keep fucking saying it over and over again, let's get fucking specific. The idea that we've had the 14th Amendment for as long as we've had it, and yet Oklahoma continues to refuse rights to this group and this group and that group and the other group, and they claim, no, we're still abiding the written text of the thing because you're leaving the room for technicalities. Why aren't we updating the laws? Why don't we revise our Constitution? Why don't we make changes to it? The sacredity of that document is killing the fucking country. Because, you know, if you actually sit down and read it, it really should not be held sacred. The number of things that are still in there with like a very light and thin pencil stroke through a lot of the lines. Okay, now that I've got my rant through, let's look back at what Tramelin Twice has said. Oh, I understand we are not what Trump is saying we are. We have hundreds of years of alliance. You were us, and we were you. Smart people are telling me that the USA is lingering to the 50s. Back then, it was all good. I would argue that the 60s, 70s, and also the 80s were not bad at all for the USA. It's not Europe's fault that the USA is losing their #1 position, and they shouldn't attack us for it. Is that's what's happening? I don't know what the justification for anything that's going on is out there. But yeah, it's absolutely like the languishing of our culture, our government, our populace, is why, you know, America, I mean, we're incredibly far behind in like how educated our citizens are in comparison to Southeast Asia and Europe and just all of the developed world. We're incredibly far behind, not incredibly so, but we're like notably far behind for as supposedly rich as the nation is in life expectancy. Like, here's a fucking measurement tool. Hey, do you think our systems of healthcare are working out for us? Private health marketplace? You know, capitalism first, is that working out so well? Well, let's see. What's the average lifespan of an American in comparison to the average lifespan of someone from Finland? How we doing there? You know, how many years difference have we got? And how hard does that line break when the color of your skin changes? Pretty good way to measure whether or not we've got anything that somebody could argue is true equality. If shit takes a real hard turn the moment that your skin goes a little bit darker than this. All right, what's my next thing to enchant here? Shoes, protection 3, not good enough. Hat, unbreaking 3, not good enough. Pants, unbreaking 3, not good enough. Axe, silk touch. I think I gotta do the axe, because that allows me to get watermelons without breaking them first. and that's a pretty big deal. Silk Touch also on the shovel. I don't know that the Silk Touch shovel does much for me. Ah, Looting 3. Oh, man. Looting 3 on the sword or Silk Touch on the axe. I think I gotta take the Looting 3 on the sword. Silk Touch is easier to come by, right? Isn't it? Jermacian says loot. Yeah. Yeah. I think we gotta take the Looting 3. And hopefully something else comes, some other things come along. Sharpness, Smite. Just not Bane of Arthropods. Fuck. It's just looting. Come on. That's the second one that's 2 in a row. I just got Protection 4 and just looting out of the Diamond Sword. Didn't even get on fucking breaking. And there aren't any villagers anyway. I'm gonna have to make my own goddamn town out here. But yeah, Looting 3, pretty important. And let's show why. Oh, I'm gonna put my shoes back on. Actually, it's easier if I just go down in them. Do this. Wow, you really get stuck in here. I feel like I used to just walk right through them, but boy, they really just group up. Okay, I think that's it. Well, actually, now let's loot 3 of them. I feel like they nerfed how much health animals have, because they all just like fall over with a hit or a crit these days. I feel like that didn't used to be the case. 8 leather and 12 beef from like, I don't know, I wasn't counting. What is that? 4? 5? 17 beef now? Le boeuf. Don't look at me like that, little calf. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll leave you out there. Put the weed away, and I'm running out of air. It's starting to burp a lot. Probably need to get something to eat. I think we've come to the end of this live stream. Had a real good time reminiscing over our old hardcore seed, and then destroying it with incompetence in the end. And then talking about the discrepancies between current generations and the older generations, and changes in technology, changes in culture, and the falling apart of the United States of America. Look at how quickly this came up. How long ago was it? And look at how close we are to being like back to another one. This is how you farm, people. The only way to farm right there. Talking about constitutional revisionism. Yeah, I had a good time this live stream. Unfortunately, I have the strong feeling that the numbers of how many people chose to watch this live stream are going to prevent me from being able to do Minecraft on the streams, on the main Thursday, Sunday streams anytime soon. So this might be the last time that we see Minecraft for a while, just because, you know, I gotta do what people want me to do. And there's still fun to be had with Kerbal. What else have we been playing lately? With Cluster Truck, of course. And I think another title that I'm probably gonna take a hit and, you know, just not have much viewership for, that I'd like to do soon, is I'd like to play a little bit more Invisible Ink again. It's definitely in my top 5 of best games ever, and I would like to play it in preparation for potentially producing peripheral for maybe making some media that moves motively for making some YouTube videos about, like, these are the best games that I've ever played. Specifically the best games that you've probably never played, you know, that kind of a thing. Games that I don't think are popularly recognized for as amazing as they fucking are. And Invisible Ink is high on that list, next to, like, Hacknet and Exapunks. Those are both very, like, in a certain genre, but goddamn, man, what they do to you if you have a mind for that kind of stuff, if you're able to play that game, those are incredibly well-designed games, just on another tier. Zachtronics on another level. And of course, Riven, which is, like, about 1,000 times better than Myst, if you ask me. The farm is nice, but where are the enslaved villagers? I can't find any to I mean, I would never be caught. I would never be caught enslaving villagers. And that's a promise from the campaign trail. You will never catch me. You will never see my name in the Epstein files, because we have a very thick black marker. And before you get to see any of it, we're going to make sure we take my name out of the Epstein files. You will never see me. Never see me raping a child. You will never see evidence. God damn it. The President of the United States, rapist. The Supreme Court, packed with sexual assaulters. You know, like, just generation of just Clarence Thomas, and then, what's his name? Fucking college boy Buckley. I don't know. That's just, I can never remember his name. He's just such a he shouldn't be on the court, obviously. It should come as no surprise that a nation started by a group of slave owners who were raping children. Jefferson had a sexual relationship. It is documented history, a sexual relationship that went on his entire life, that started with a mulatto slave that he owned when she was 14 years old. That is what we call rape. Thomas Jefferson raped a child that he owned as a slave. It should come as no surprise that nothing has changed since the beginning of this country in terms of who is running it. I am the Ronan Paul. Yeah, thanks for joining me today for our, revisit of the old hardcore seed. Like I said, It feels complete. It felt complete. It didn't feel like going to kill the Ender Dragon was a thing that I wanted to do or that would lead to anything that I felt would add to that world, but I was willing to do it. If it worked out, then push and we'll see. I'm kind of happy that it ends where it was. I would rather make a new world and iterate on the designs that I came up for that world, improve them, make it so not all of my systems just back up and die. They all seem to, they're all very good while they're running, but they all seem to fill up one chest to the absolute brim, and then all of the gears. But yeah, thanks for coming out with me today. Meet me back here this Thursday, where we'll probably do a little bit of Kerbal. I don't want to go too long without hitting you guys with some Kerbal, so back here this Thursday, the 22nd of November, at around about the 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time for some more Kerbal Space Program, where if we're going to the moon with a rover, I don't think we can go to the moon with the rover that I built. I think the terrain on the moon is just not going to be hospitable enough for that rover. I don't know, but Minmus was a challenge. The moon? Meet me back here on Thursday to see how we resolve that. Until then, try not to rape any children. On out. Talking to you, Don.